Salam Sejahtera and welcome to Premier Ball League 2025-2026 Malaysia. My name is Aaron Minjit. With me here, Ong Yarong. Yarong, it's good to be back.
Yeah, very good, very good. It's been, 4-5 months since our last major tournament, which was the Master Ball League Malaysia for season 2024-2025.
Yep.
How do you feel about coming back to Castle's desk?
It is a pleasure and it is a privilege to be here, I should say. And it's great to have a kickoff event like any other in Southeast Asia. We always kick off with the Premier Ball League here in Southeast Asia, which is an amazing way to say, let's get some Worlds invites into some of the best players from Malaysia and the region.
Wait, you mentioned Worlds invite?
Later.
Right.
So we are here in Pavilion Bukit Jalil, Kuala Lumpur, where yesterday during day one, 1,250 Masters Division players played out a grueling 7-round best of one Swiss. Hear me out, best of one Swiss. And we're now cut to the top 128 here in day two, which is a crazy number. It's like less than 10% or about 10% of the field.
But it's also like probably the biggest cut for a top cut.
Yeah.
So which makes everything even more interesting.
Definitely.
I think coming to this day too, players will have their expectations on how far they're going to make. But I'm sure they're all trying their best. And,
of course.
You know, consistency is king in best of one.
Exactly.
And, you know, I'm sure players are ready for this format. Yeah.
Definitely, and we're going to bring to you the stream matches from top 128, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, and then the grand finals. We will eventually be crowning a champion here at Premier Ball League 2025-2026. The most important part, I think, is to talk about the format. We just went into a little bit of the format here at PBL, but for those of you at home who were not here yesterday, or you're just joining the Pokémon TCG community here in Malaysia, we should explain to you the format that we have at Premier Ball League.
Yeah.
Right? So let's cue to the format. It's going to be an interesting one for many of you who have been in the Pokemon TCG scene for a while. Essentially, you play a Swiss round day one, where you have around 3 to 10 rounds, depending on the number of players. Yesterday we had 7 rounds, and you're paired with the same record accordingly every subsequent round.
Yes.
Right? And then after you lose a set number of times, yesterday was 3 losses, you're essentially dropped from the tournament. So it's a very grueling day one.
Definitely.
If you're lost 2 games, you're still in the running because we had a lot of 5-2s make it in top 128.
Definitely.
But you lose that 3rd game and you're out of the running. That's how brutal it is.
It is quite brutal.
So, the most important part, consistency, as you say, in ensuring that you can win as many of your games. Winning games early, of course, gives you better resistance and you therefore can play in day 2.
Yep.
Right? So, now, we just talk about Swiss pairings, right? So, round 1, all of it's random. Within round 2 onwards, you're paired with those of similar scores, right? So, the top 128 would then go into day 2. And these are the ones with the best records on Swiss from day 1. So, let's look at what happens today in day 2 of the tournament. So, we essentially have, in total, 128 players going to be in a knockout single elimination top cut. And that is the most exciting part that we're going to be showing you today. Best of one.
Single elimination.
Exactly.
I mean, sometimes I think I can't help it but feel bad for those who loses their first round in the top 128. But you know, the format is that is. As I said again, I'm going to mention it again. I think probably countless times today.
Yep.
Consistency is king in best of one.
Yes.
I believe players have really just tailored their decks to work as well as possible because you're only given one chance during this top cut and also during your Swiss rounds.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. So, what are you playing for? What are the league points that you're playing for today? This is, of course, one of the biggest events of the season. On your screen right now, you see the league points that you earn for the placements from first place up until top 128. And we should also say, not just league points, but the first and second place here at Premier Ball League Malaysia will walk home with a Worlds invite to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco next year.
This reward has never been seen before, as last year's Premier Ball League, you didn't walk away with that.
No, you did not.
So I think it makes everything even more interesting.
A lot on the table.
Being the first event of the season, I think players who have earned their World's Invite can just probably chill for the next
definitely.
for the next season, or maybe they just want to grind, right?
We never know.
We never know. But having these World's Invite so early into the format, I think it's great. I think it's such a wonderful thing to just have. Yeah.
Of course, in addition to league points, there are also other prizes. Let's take a look at some of the more exciting ones. And there it is, the Badoo, the participation prize for Premier Ball League here in Malaysia, with its Itchy Pollen now in extra holo form. This is probably the most hotly anticipated participant prize of an event here in Asia in a while.
You're just locking our opponents in style, correct?
Yep.
The menacing Badoo just got an upgrade to its very card itself. So I think it's just such a wonderful participation prize, being such a widely played card.
Definitely.
And next up, we have
the top placement prize, right?
Yeah, the top placement prizes for top cards. So making into the top 128 of day 2, you do get a special edition one-off Premier Ball League sleeves. I really like the design this year. I mean, it's sort of like a soft launch of what is coming next, which are the Mega Evolution Pokemon. I'm not sure if you're excited. I'm really excited. You know, and once you get into top 64, you are awarded the playmat.
You're going to be upgraded essentially. So the next prize is the top 64 one-win prize. So winning a top 128 match enables you to get an exclusive event playmat, again with the Mega Evolutions. But there's one more. Let's take a look at the top 4 prizes. And this, Yarong, is the epitome of your event. A Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX stamped. Only 4 will be given out today to the Masters Division. 4, of course, to seniors and to juniors. And then the beautiful trophy that you see on the right to the champion, the finalists, and the top 4.
Such a nice trophy, can I just say that?
Yes.
I really like the shapes. I really like the design. I think whoever gets it should be proud of themselves for making it so far. So, yeah, I think such beautiful cards. So,
indeed,
I can't wait to see it in person. So, yeah.
Yeah. And so, as we get very close to having our round 1 kickoff, we should also talk about the metagame. Yesterday, we had, as I said, 1,250 Masters players, and the data just came in. We now know that Raging Bolt was the most represented deck. I think about a quarter of the decks in top 128 were Raging Bolt. It's been a staple in the metagame here in Malaysia for a couple of seasons now at this point. Following close behind were Gardevoir, top deck, One Worlds.
Yep.
Right? And what's the deck that caught your eye when we saw the data?
I think something that really surprised me was actually Mani's Grimmsnarl.
Oh yeah.
I think Mani's Grimmsnarl was holding 10% of top 128.
It was the fourth most represented deck yesterday.
Most represented deck after Dragapult Dusknoir, which made it to the finals of Worlds, and he has made many much top placements as well. But Mani's Grimmsnarl being such an underdog of an archetype, I think it's just such an interesting deck to see. You have Frostlass to work with, you have Monkey Doris to work with. You don't necessarily have to evolve your Grimmsnarl right away. I think you have a lot of time to build up damage, and when facing against evolution decks, you do have the TM Devolution, which can be very, very devastating to the bot state of your opponent. So I think it can be a complex deck to work with. And it's a very high skill ceiling as well, in terms of how you place your damages and stuff like that. So really interesting to see. Mani's Grimmsnarl being one of the top contenders of 128. I can't wait to see how it goes and how it performs in the top 128. So yeah, what caught your eye?
Well, I think when I was also at day 1, just looking around at the top tables, right? And yes, you're right. Mani's Grimmsnarl were everywhere. They were, I would say, the surprise pick for players.
Definitely.
And I think a lot more would have made it into top cut as well, if not for some unfortunate final round losses or double game losses. So I would say that it's a standout deck.
Yep,
the other
definitely.
standout deck that I think got a lot of attention here in Malaysia, or maybe not more attention, but got less of attention is Goldengo. We didn't see as many here,
Right.
and it could be because players opted to play more Raging Bolt, right? Because
Definitely.
it is doing the same thing. You're taking 1-hit knockouts with a huge ton of energy investment, but perhaps it is just a flavor of the metagame here in Malaysia,
Yeah,
where
and-
Raging Bolt is preferred.
And I could argue that Raging Bolt takes the one price attackers more efficiently.
That's
with,
true.
With the smaller Raging Bolt, or we call it the baby,
Baby
Raging Bolt.
Bolt. Yep.
And also Corridons and also the Fanrotums. So taking one prizes for Raging Bolt, it's just simpler. Where else Goldengo requires the baby Goldengo with Strike It Rich. You gotta evolve it on that turn and do 120 damage. So
Yep.
I think that, taking into account of that, I think players in Malaysia have really just go for Raging Bolt. Having the Noctowl engine, I think is such a consistent, because you're searching out two exact cards,
Yep.
two exact trainers, which can really just build up your board state and future plan for your win as well.
Yep. And in terms of other decks that we saw as well, there was a big proportion of Charizard decks, Charizard Dragapult as well.
yes.
We did see quite a few rogue options that were coming up. We might see one rag on stream as we get players all set up and ready. We'll pan there once we have it. But there are also some interesting Cynthia's Garchomp decks. We
yes.
also saw a Cerulege make 128. Of course, being a 128 cut, you will see some fringe decks come in, but that's the beauty of the format. You
Yeah.
get to feature some of the lesser known decks in the metagame. I would also argue some of these decks are going to get stronger with the
Yes,
new Mega Evolution set.
definitely.
So perhaps this is a
Yeah.
primer for most of you at home
Exactly.
who are thinking, what should I play when
Yeah.
Mega Evolutions come out? This is, after all, maybe the final couple of weekends of tournament play, competitive play in
Yes.
this, I'll call it the Scarlet Violet format, the full
Yeah.
Scarlet Violet format. This
I
is every
think-
single set in
Is this
Scarlet
the
Violet.
first time that we have like a full format?
Well, no, not really, but technically it is one of the unique times where you have
Yes.
SV1, Scarlet and Violet base, all
To
the way up until
10.5.
10.5,
Yeah,
like Gold and White Flare.
I think I've had played the game for quite a while. You too. I think being a player right now as well, it's such a fun time to have
Yeah.
to be a player.
Yes.
Yes, there are many strong decks, but there is so many different archetypes that you have to account for when you're attending a tournament. So I think it's just such a wonderful format that we have right now. Yes, we do see God of War winning a lot.
Yep.
We do see Dragon Ball Dustnor winning a lot, but you do see all these decks comes out once in a while.
On the
we have-
fringes, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
all these rogue decks that just do so well, and that's so exciting to see from someone my perspective. Yeah.
Definitely. So we are very close now to the Masters. We're hearing it right now. The announcement's
Yeah.
almost there. We are going to go straight to our feature match very soon. And I think we should reveal what the feature
Yes.
match is. We've been talking about Mani's Grimmsnarl. We're going to give you Mani's
Mani's
Grimmsnarl, but not against a typical deck. What are we going up against?
Oh, we have something really interesting here. While going through the matchups, I did realize a Crustle making it to top 128, but that's not any Crustle.
Yep.
Usually Crustle, you play it with Monkey Dory and you play it with so many luxurious capes to be tanky and you can move back the damage, but no. This player has opted to incorporate Yan Mega EX. So tell me about Yan Mega EX, Aaron. It's not a card that I've seen any player at all, to be very honest, coming up from the Destined Rivals set. You see more Team Rocket's Mewtwo,
Yep.
you see other archetypes, but tell me more about what Yan Mega EX does, or maybe you can let them know.
Yeah,
Those
I mean,
watching
I
at
would
home
like
as
to
well.
keep that a little bit of a secret when you actually see it. But essentially, it's not really just a Crustle Yan
Yeah.
Mega. It's actually a wall deck
Definitely.
with some Yan Mega to sort of accelerate energy from the deck and also be a bit of a pivot when you need it to be. So I think it's an interesting deck. And just so you know, this deck went 7-0 in day one.
Perfect record.
It didn't drop a single game.
Yeah.
If I'm the Marnie's Grimmsnarl play, I'll be a little bit concerned. Marnie's Grimmsnarl obviously is weak to grass.
Yep.
And guess what's on the opposite side? It's all grass Pokemon.
Yeah.
So
But-
we never know. We'll
Yeah,
see.
I think it could be a very interesting match.
Yep.
We have Frostlast Pings, we have Monkey Dory Adrena Brains, so we could see the battle of damage counters going on.
Yes.
But I'm really excited to see what entails this match and how it pans out. I'm so excited to see. We have some of the wall Pokemon that's in there. I don't want to spoil it too soon, but
Yep.
yeah, I think we are going into the match right now.
Yes.
So yeah, we can see the players are ready.
And here we go. Ma Yongshun on the left against Bong Kim Fat. Fourth player on the left of the rankings as they're up against the 125th player. And we see right away Girafarik up against a Snorant. Not something you'd see in typical Pokemon TCG. So, and just an entry pass. So we don't see the Crossel deck actually getting a turn 1 ascension because it went first.
Yeah. So I mean it's fine. You know. Being in a wall that you do have time to build up a board state, you know, having the Dwebble turn 1, yes, it is very nice. Of course, you won't like it, but you know, you start with the first 7 cards in your hand. If you don't have it, it is what it is. But we do see an Iono coming out from Kim Fat, and just dropping an Artazon.
I was gonna say if there's no basic Pokemon in the hand there, it's gonna be rough because I see energy, and press research. Artazon giving Kim Fat at least something to play with.
Yeah.
I would assume he's gonna go for either an Impidimp or another Snorunt, depending on what he's looking to set up. If Kim Fat is able to sniff out what this matchup is, he might just be holding back on the Marnie Grimmsnarl.
Yeah.
We see here his first deck search, looking through all the basic Pokemon options. Monkey Dory, Snorant, a couple Snorants there, a Dwebble as well. So it was actually the other way around, by the way. It's give me a second. Is that? Okay, I thought I saw a Dwebble on the right as well. Maybe maybe that was a Shaymin. My bad.
No, I think it's a Maractus right there.
Oh, Maractus. Okay,
yes.
there you go. There you go.
know, I think Grimmsnarl needing to buy time.
Right.
When it comes to setting up the decks, you know, you want Monkey Dory to do its thing. You want Frostas to rack up all the damage on the Pokemon, the bleedies.
It makes sense.
But I think, you know, as Grimmsnarl player, you really want to have that damage racked up.
Yep.
And just wipe the board with Grimmsnarl EX.
And there you see that for Yongshun,
you do see the Yanma.
So the Yanma is ready on the field.
Yeah,
Yongshun now looking at options to see what he has. He has an Iono at least for the turn. Nothing much else though in the hand. So it seems like he is going for the Artazon first. That's good, getting out some basic Pokemon. Do you go for the Dwebble in this situation now? Or if you don't see an Impidimp, just assume that your opponent is not going to have a Marnie's Grimmsnarl anytime soon. So perhaps set up another Yanma?
You know, anything could do. I think he's going for the Yanma. I don't think Yongshun wants to go for the Iono this turn because you know, King Fat didn't really do anything last turn.
It could be just a dead hand right now.
He just Artazon for a Monkey Dory and that's about it.
Yep.
So if I'm Yongshun right here, I might go for, you know,
so
just a safe play and just not play any supporters because there's nothing much to do at this turn. You know, we do see quite a not a very good hand coming out from Kim Fat.
No, not at all. I think
you have 2 Luminous, which is quite painful. I think, and something not very usual as well. If you think about it, being played in Grimmsnarl, I don't think
it's mainly for the fact that he has access to. If not mistaken, he also wants to use the Frostlass attack as well.
It could be.
Yeah, so I think he's giving himself outs to multiple different attackers. So you'll see 1 or 2 Luminous energy as well.
Yeah.
So Kim Fat here eyeing up the Maractus, considering to go for the stall play right now. We should also say that for Yongshun on the left, he actually missed an energy attachment. He only had 1 energy from the first turn on that Girafarik, and that's about it.
How do you think this will play? We do see a very slow start coming out from both sides. I think.
So I think right now where Kim Fat is probably just thinking what a grab from the Artazon is taking a while.
Do I get the Impidimp? Do I get the Maractus? You know, do I want to play it safe? Or
exactly.
Do you want to play? Do you not want to play? You know, play safe, take the risk of just benching Impidimp and potentially have the Grimmsnarl. Just taking over the bot state.
Yeah,
you know?
he's checking out for all the evolution line though on Kim Fat's side of the field. So maybe planning. But no, we see another Monkey Dory onto the bench. Nothing much else. So here's an Arven. So I believe that at least the Arven will be able to get him the Body by Puffin and the TM Evo. So he's likely going for. Let's see now.
So I think you would like to. Ideally, you would like to have 2 Frostlass evoed up. But I think in this case, Kimfat just has to go with one Frostlass and one Impidim, which is not very bad. I think just having the Frostlass taking the damage right now, so you can just monkey Adrena Brain it back to the opponent. I think it's a lot of value right there, having this early. So,
and just want to call out as well, Yongshan earlier could have had an attack with the Girafarig with dual headbutt, but decided not to do it because he knew that Kimfat would have access to the damage to be thrown back with the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. So now we do see here the TM Evolution, the card on your screen here, being able to search your deck for 2 evolution Pokemon for a couple of bench Pokemon essentially as evolving up. So we see the Snorunt immediately going into a Frostlass and an Impidim going into a Mogrim. So a good turn there for Kimfat, maybe one turn delayed, but here comes the damage from the Frostlass ability, which now will essentially put Yongshan on a clock, so to speak, because the damage will pile out fast and Adrenabrain will be a threat.
But we do see a Hilda coming up, I think. I think Yongshan just wants to go for attacking right now, you know?
It probably is. So if you're able to get the Yanma into the actives, the Yanmega is able to accelerate energies. Yanmega EX here able to accelerate energy to itself. The ability name, I believe it's called...
Boost. Something we have not said, before, I think. So, Buzzing Boost, what Yanmega's ability does, Buzzing Boost, when Yanmega goes from the bench to the active spot, you can search your deck for up to 3 basic grass energy, attach them to Yanmega EX. So, a self-accelerating tool, getting energy on board, which is quite a common Crustle problem.
Yes.
It is very hard. I mean, you were relying on Crispins and Turbo Energize to get your deck running. So I think
anymore.
Yanmega is such an interesting card to use to really boost the energy acceleration. Just have energy on board, because Jet Cyclone, alongside with doing a 210 damage, you are moving 3 energies back to
a bench Pokemon.
So bench Pokemon, which,
it conserves your energy, spreads your energy out.
Exactly.
The good thing here was Yongshan was able to use that jet energy to move the Yanmega EX from the bench into the active, also preserving 1 energy from the Girafarig. So now Yongshan is probably contemplating an attack here, likely going for the knockout on the Snorunt in the active. And now Kimfat is on a clock, because as long as Yongshan is able to move between these Yanmegas, or Yanma and Yanmega at this stage, he will be able to get attacks off that Kimfat would have an answer to at this point. So here comes the attack. Oh, is it just passing? I think he just passed because he's not wanting to get energy onto a lone Yanma on the bench.
And I don't think, you don't want to attack as well, because you are going into a counter catcher range.
Maybe. And Yongshan didn't play any supporter other than Hilda.
So, very good top deck coming out from Kimfat.
Yes.
Getting a second Frostlass is such a key thing to get. Just having the second ping really racks up the damage for Monkey Dory to utilize Adrenabrain.
And here comes a Iron Bundle. So you play Iron Bundle, I can play Iron Bundle.
So Aaron, the question for you. If you're Kimfat, would you evolve into a Mani's Grimmsnarl?
I mean, why?
Right
why would you do it? There's no reason for it. I think Kimfat now, so here comes the Hyper Blower, going to mess around with Yongshan's board a little bit. And as you can see, time is actually running down pretty fast here. Yongshan promoting the Girafarig, wants to keep the Yanma and the Iron Bundle safe from harm. Kimfat now has an opportunity to either, attach the Luminous Energy to the active to get some damage in with that Frostlass, or just say, I'm contented. I can just, get more damage on the board thanks to the double Frostlass now, and I'll just sit and wait until you blink, Yongshan. It's interesting to see these two decks up against each other. I don't think it's a very common matchup for what it's worth. We do see Luminous there. Just so you know, we can also use Mind Bend with the Luminous Energy. So that's one other alternative as well.
So I think
it's not just a Frostlass.
Such an interesting matchup. I think you would rather just go for Monkey Dory right now.
Indeed.
Establish a Monkey Dory because it eats up an energy attachment. I think you just want to ping the Yanmega over and over again until it's in Grimmsnarl range.
And that's what's happening right now.
Yes, so that's what is happening right now. Yanmega has a pretty beefy Pokemon, at 200.
270. 280
HP.
hit points on the Yanmega EX.
On the stage 1, which is pretty
is
high. So quite a lot to go through, but you can see Frostlass just racking up the damage. 2 damage counters a turn on any Pokemon that has the ability except for itself. So I think, you know, and it's back to Yongshen again, you know, he's on the timer again. Everyone, I think it's such a back and forth timer that's going on.
Well,
so very interesting to see what Yongshen is maybe planning to do this turn.
Okay, so any attachment to the Mega, and he's going for research. The
The
card that he's probably looking for at this stage was probably the boss to bring up the Morgrem, get a knockout on it, but he missed it. Unfortunately for him, so that Yanmega will actually be in range next turn thanks to some Adrena Brains and Freezing Shrouds. But at this stage now, I don't see what Yongshen can do. I mean, it's possible the Fire Giraffe. It's possible the Fire Giraffe comes to play, right? That's another card that we didn't really talk about much.
So, but I just want to add that Yongshen actually discarded 2 Super Rods from that Professor research, and he only plays 2 Super Rods.
Yeah, those are the 2, right?
So there's not any. He doesn't have any more recovery left in the deck.
Yes.
He only has at best 1 Night Stretcher, which might not be enough.
That's
going through the game. So I think you know, Yongshen has his back against the wall, but I think, you know, he is also playing on a weakness, right? He's at weakness type advantage on him. So if Grimmsnarl comes out, he can deal with that Grimmsnarl immediately. But
well, if it comes out, because Kingfight right now doesn't need anything at this stage. We also don't see the second Yanmega EX yet for Yongshen, so he's still toying around with what to play. He does have a boss for next turn, so he will be able to get the Morgrem. We do see the Fire Giraffe EX come down. That is, after all, another wall type card, being able to protect itself with against basic Pokemon EX. But we don't see that from Kingfight. Dirty B might be interesting, able to snipe 30, so some of the damage if Kingfight leaves it on the wrong place might be huge here. So
we do see a Jet Cyclone coming out from Yanmega. I'm not sure where do you want to attach this energy.
I mean, it should go on the Yanma, right?
Yeah, so the Yanma probably.
Yeah, only the Yanma would make sense. So Yongshen will take the first prize of the game here, and here come the Freezing Shroud ticks. Well, 1 I should say, but
1.
It will put the Yanmega EX in the active within range of a Grimmsnarl, and we see it in hand there for Kingfight. The question is, will you risk it with that Yanma on the bench? And we see the prize cam here, which we kind of miss. Nothing too crazy on both sides. However, Kingfight does have the Ursaluna EX right at the top there with the Ants plan. So those cards might be interesting to not have access to, considering that he's not going to be trying to use any Grimmsnarl so early. That said, Ursaluna is also a little bit, I would say, short-handed here because it won't be able to knock out or damage the Furry Giraffe. So a lot of awkwardness here for Kingfight. He has to try and navigate the situation. Probably now looking for another Impidimp, I should say.
It could be an Impidimp or maybe even an extra Monkey Dory.
It's possible.
I think if I was Kingfight here, I would try to establish Frostlass again. I think Yongshen not having any Monkey Dory, he does play 1 Monkey Dory in his deck. But having no Monkey Dory on play right now, I think, Kingfight can really capitalize on this and just try not to. He has so many energies in play.
Well, okay, so
it could be a counter catcher on the Fiery Giraffe EX.
No, he doesn't need to right now, because if he evolves into Grimmsnarl EX right now, double Adrena Brain onto the Yanma with Grimmsnarl's EX attack, he will be able to take 3 prize cards in total. So it's actually a pretty interesting situation if Kingfight can see the line.
That's true.
Oh, hang on, maybe not. Let me think here, because your Yanmega is he's probably 10 short, I think.
Yeah.
Because he won't be able to damage the Yanmega enough if he's going to go after the Yanma. So maybe just put the Yanmega into a 10 damage range for Frostlass KO.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's.
But I don't think you want to. I don't think as Kingfight right here, you don't want to really use. Oh, there is a TM Devolution coming out from Kingfight right now. I don't think you really want to use Grimmsnarl this turn.
No, it's probably not the best turn right now for it. But if you don't do it now, this Morgrem will probably be going down anyway. So I like the thought process here for Kim Fat. I think he's gonna go with the secret box was played. One of the better ace specs or one of the best ace specs for setup decks right now. Being able to grab an item, a supporter, and a tool as well as a stadium. So a lot to grab here. Kim Fat going for the air balloon in place of the TM Devo, saying I probably don't need the Devo right now. And do we see the Spikewood? Yep, we do see it. Probably gonna grab himself another Impidimp. He has a Grimstone already in hand. I do suspect he'll go for the Impidimp here to at least set up a backup one.
He's secret boxed away.
He's secret boxed away the Grimstone. You're right there.
I think a new Grimstone coming out.
Yep.
But you know, Spikemuth, I think it's such a strong stadium for Mani's Grimstone. Being able to search out, it's like, you know, you're guaranteed the Mani's Grimstone in the secret box. You can get rare candy plus Spikemuth plus Iono and a tool, you know, to really just go aggressive with turn 2 or turn 3 Mani's Grimstone.
And here we see the Shadow Bullet here coming up.
Shadow Bullet.
No, not yet. About to see Shadow Bullet from Kim Fat attaching the air balloon. The punk up ability from Mani's Grimstone was used to grab 2 basic dark energy from the deck. Kim Fat also setting up the 3rd Monkey Dory, and here is an Iono as well.
5.
So a lot of cards here being played from Kim Fat. I think a very good turn overall.
Definitely.
Getting a Mani's Grimstone set up. Multiple Monkey Dories ready to hurl back damage across onto Yongshen's field, and if I'm Yongshen, I'll be pretty cautious about my next turn, and I'm hoping that this Iono here doesn't derail my game plan. Will we see anything else from Kim Fat? It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything from the hand there, and it's likely going to be just an attack here for 180.
So
well, Kim Fat has not used any Adrenaline Brain, so here comes Adrenaline Brain first.
So something interesting can be done right here. I think.
No, we're really sorry to interrupt you, but we're already seeing the plays here for Kim Fat going after the Yanma. So the Yanma will be at 30 hit points left, just enough
for Shadow Bullet.
So he's not taking a knockout on the Yanmega though. So the Yanmega EX will survive one more turn, if I'm not mistaken. For 180 plus 80, 260, we'll be left with 10 hit points left going into Yongshen's turn.
So it's. We do see.
Yep, the 3rd Monkey Dory.
Yes, the 3rd Monkey Dory. So a 3-prize turn coming out here from Kim Fat. Beautifully done by him.
I keep thinking he went for an Impidimp. I don't know why, but it was the 3-prize turn.
Secret box, but it's fine. We do see such a strong turn coming out from Kim Fat.
Indeed.
I'm going to 5. He takes out the 2 threats that, you know, is threatening his board state. So now Yongshen is left with almost nothing to work with.
There is nothing there.
Just a Fire Giraffe with no energy and a lone iron bundle in the bench. So I'm not sure what Yongshen can do from here, because his hand isn't looking too good as well.
We talked about the fact that Yongshen had the weakness ability, but I mean the weakness advantage, but not having the Yanmega EX on that turn was crucial for Kim Fat to take the double knockout for 3 prizes. So the only saving grace here for Yongshen is that he's still not out of it totally, but it doesn't look good when you have no way of getting rid of this Marnie's Grimstone. And here, a boss order to bring out the Frostlass is probably just
trying to stall play. The game,
No, knowing Kim Fat already committed the air balloon to the Grimstone, maybe hoping he doesn't have another one. Here comes the Ogerpon.
Ooh.
The Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is interesting. It does prevent damage on it from Pokemon with abilities. And guess what? Every Pokemon on Kim Fat's side of the field has an ability. But it also gets pinged by Freezing Shroud. So it's only a matter of time that
before
the damage adds up. So this is rough here from Yongshen. He does still have a little bit of time, but if Kim Fat has the cards, this might be an upset here from the 125th seeded player up against the 4th seed. So here, more damage on everything with Freezing Shroud. So
such a good combination of cards, Frostlass plus Monkey Dory. We did see doing well in Master Ball League.
It did, yes, it
with
did.
Frostlass, Monkey Dory, and Badoo. Such a strong archetype. But we do see the turn going over to Kim Fat right now. I think he just wants to play it safe. Maybe attach the energy to Frostlass and just retreat it and just
Yes.
start hitting again with
That's what we see
Grimstyle.
here. So retreating into the Mars Grimstyle,
Because-
back inactive to do another Shadow
Yes.
Bullet, racking up more damage. It will also take a knockout on the Iron Bundle this turn probably to
Yeah.
put him down to 2 prize cards, and it's just 1 attack away from taking this win and booking his spot in top 64. So here comes the Adrenal Brains, 1 onto the Iron Bundle. I would presume another one onto Iron Bundle as well to put it at 100. Oh no, not yet. Oh, it doesn't need to because a Shadow Bullet will do knockout as
Yeah.
well. So another 180 onto the active Fire
So
Giraffe.
180 plus.
I think this game is almost over
Yeah,
at
I
this
think
point.
this game is almost over.
Yep.
I think he does have game right now. So 180 plus 70 is actually 250.
Okay.
Fire Giraffe has 260 HP if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
So we do see a knockout just from Frostlass Pings.
Yes.
I think we see that.
Indeed.
Do we see that?
I think it may be 10 short. Let me see.
It could be 10 short.
Yeah, we also need to double check on the
No.
dice on top right, but it
Yeah.
could be 268 HP,
Yes.
180.
250 plus a Frostlass Ping. That
And
would be
that's it.
260.
Yep. That should be
So
it.
that's it.
And that's it. We
GG.
have a winner. Wong Kim Fat books his place in the top 64 here against Ma Yong Shern. The Yan Mega Crossel will not see top 64, unfortunately.
But I think commiserations to Yongshen as well for bringing such an interesting deck. You know, we do see the really good Yan Mega just really turboing through with buzzing boost. So I think, you know, congrats to him for making top 1 today. I think it's no easy feat.
No, not at all.
And even going undefeated
Going
in day 1.
exactly. Going undefeated
I
on day
think
1.
that's crazy.
Yes, indeed.
And I think, you know,
Yeah.
he deserves it.
Undefeated day 1 with a rogue archetype. There's no small feat.
Yes.
Having to tune your deck to face the feel that can be, you know, the whole huge meta that's
Exactly.
developing here in Malaysia, obviously. But congratulations to Kim Fat. He will be in top 64. And with time very, very dwindled down, we should be back real soon. So
Yes.
don't go anywhere too far. Grab yourself a snack and we'll be back with top 64 very, very soon. See you in a bit.
See you.
Will you battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Latios and Latias join the fray to commemorate Pokémon Unite's 4th anniversary. Latios and Latias can both quickly fly to each other. A new type of battle, Electrode Volleyball, will be available after this broadcast ends.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega Evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Will you battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
learn card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Malaysia Pinball League 2025-26. My name is Aaron Minjit. With me is Ong Yarong. We were treated to a very interesting matchup earlier in Top 128. What did we see just now, Yarong?
Crustle versus Grimsnarl.
Well,
Not just any Crustle.
Young Mega
Crustle,
Walls.
Yes,
Young
Young
Mega Walls. Yeah, there you go. So
very interesting matchup.
It was, and we did see Marnus Grimsnarl progressing in the tournament today. We saw quite a few Marnus Grimsnarl actually, but for the next feature match, I think we're going to be treated with likely an exhibition of skill.
Yes.
We're going to get a Gardevoir mirror match here for the first time on stream in Asia. I think we've never had a Gardevoir mirror match.
Not really.
So we shift gears from Marnus Grimsnarl to Gardevoir because at least one of his Gardevoirs are going to make it in.
Yeah.
Which is great. So we're going to have two displays already setting up, and we should see the matchup come to your screen really shortly. Tell me a bit more about the Gardevoir mirror match. What is the key thing that you need to know as a Gardevoir player when you're playing against the mirror?
Monkey Dories.
Really?
Always, as usual, Monkey Dories.
Okay.
I think if you have a chance to really take out early Monkey Dories, especially with the Dark Energy attached to it, I think it's really, it's a strong turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are essentially, let's say you have two monkeys down and your opponent has only one Monkey Dory down, or maybe two monkey down, right, as well, with both Dark Energy attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
You move 60 over and you maybe Scream Tail one away.
Mm-hmm.
He can only move back 30 instead of 60. And next
Right.
turn you can, develop more damage and pile up more damage so that you can move it back. So I think having Monkey Dory in play is such a key thing. I think in past tournaments as well in the West, I mean, you see so many Gardevoir mirrors, and you see more often than not, a player with more Monkey Dory ends up taking the win. I think, and also maybe the attacking options and how you set up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And here we go. On the left here, Long Chi-Fung up against Chiu Chun-Fai. Both these players are Gardevoir experts, I should say. I think the more popular one here is Tommy Leong on the left here, a multi-tournament winner in the, I think it's the TCG KL circuit here in Malaysia.
Twice, he won it twice.
Yeah, exactly. So winning twice with Gardevoir, if I'm mistaken. He starts us off with a Mew EX in the active and a Ralts on the bench turn one. Yarong, if you're playing Gardevoir, do you want to go first or go second in the mirror?
I do want to go second as well.
And just a pass.
Yeah, I think it's just a more. It's just easier to set up if you're going second.
Right.
You can maybe go for a secret box, like you see in Chun-Fai's hand. Secret box with double psychic energy, which could be a very strong turn for him. I think you just want, and he's starting with the best start as well, which is Monkey Dory.
Beautiful.
So, if you are a Gardevoir player, you do want to just start with Monkey Dory. Maybe get the early attachment on the energy.
And here we go.
Monkey Dory. You just see
look at that! The beautiful discard as well.
Such a
Two
strong
psychic energies.
Exactly.
And a
So
Gardevoir.
we
You
do
don't
want
mind
to
a
go
Gardevoir.
second.
You
Yeah.
don't mind it. You have nice
You can always stretcher it back.
Right.
You can always super it back. But as in the Guardian Mirror, I think I would like to go second as well. You just, you can get TM the evolution, establishing double Curlia, and you are ready to hit and just go wild with all the attackers in the Gardevoir, right? You have
Indeed.
Screamtail, you have Drifloon, but maybe we want to touch on what differences are in this deck list. But I do see that one of them is running 8 psychics, and one of them is running 7 psychics.
Interesting.
So it really depends on which player. I think the player with 8 psychics will probably have the better chance to see it more, to obviously, because you have more counts of the card. So
Right.
yeah, you just maybe, but there, it's a mirror match.
It's a mirror match.
And it's a God of War mirror match.
But as you can see in the mirror match here, Chunfai definitely playing more cards here on
Exactly.
turn 1. Double Psychic Energy into the discard after this, most likely, with the Ultra Ball already in hand. Starting off with 4 Psychic Energy already in hand for Chunfai.
Very strong,
most
very
likely.
strong.
I would... Well, I would think he would probably go to gun for the Dark Energy. Oh, hang on. Is that Luminous Energy at the back? Maybe.
No,
that's
I
a
think
jamming
that's
power?
I don't know, full art, I think.
No, right at the back. I'm not
right
sure.
at the back? I'm not too sure as well.
It's
What's
all
a
good.
Corellia?
It's a Corellia. Okay, there's a Corellia. So
Yeah.
4 energy to discard for Chunfai. Another Ralts. So 2 Ralts already in play. With the TM Evolution as well from the Secret Box earlier and Iono. Now the thing that I'm a bit curious of for Chunfai is, would I risk not having an energy, or because he has 1 card in hand left, he could have discarded that Corellia. But yes, he has to shuffle your deck first, because you did play an Earthen Vessel.
Yep.
But Chunfai 1 card away, an energy card away from having the optimal start. And
Yes.
here comes the Iono.
And he's shuffling down 1 Corellia, so he's
Exactly.
guaranteed 1 Corellia at least.
That's the
Didn't get to see the
and the dark
prizes
energy
early
off the
on.
top. A
Yes.
dark energy off the top with a Monkey Dory,
Such a
with
strong-
a Gardevoir, and the Arvid. Oh wow, what a hand! This is
What
the
a
amazing hand.
Yes. So
he doesn't
we
even do
see
anything else. Straight away
Corellias
going into
coming
the
out.
Corellia.
That is why you want to go second as a God of War
Yes.
player. You just get, it's such a strong turn. You get Secret Box out. You are almost guaranteed your energy plus TM Evo. And with 1 Monkey Dory established, well, Tommy has nothing much to work
Yep.
with.
And now
You go for a Tarzan,
Yep.
but
So now Artodon here from Tommy Leong. The card being able to be used by both players, being a stadium, obviously, getting you a basic Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box. And guess what? Both these decks run many of those in the form of Ralts, Monkey Dory, Screamtail, and sometimes even a Drifloon.
Yep.
Tommy here, his first deck search, didn't have much going for him on turn 1. Counting up his energies, checking for Curliers. We do see the Screamtail as well in the hand, or I guess I should say in the deck that he's holding right now. I think he has prized quite a bit of energy, it looks like.
yeah,
we
maybe
get to see the prize cams in a bit.
2 Psychic, but as long as you have at least 5 or 4 to work with, I think it is enough.
It's enough.
To maybe
Yeah.
take your early prizes. But, we got to see what Tommy has planned out for this turn, because I don't see an Earthen Vessel as well, but he has a lot, like 2 Ultra Balls in his hand.
I believe he had an Arven in hand, so it might be that is the option for him to go for this turn. We can double check very, very quickly. Oh, it's just double Iono though, I
Yeah.
think.
So,
there's Arven. So I wasn't wrong. It wasn't Arven, a full-out Arven. We see now here coming to play. Monkey Dory also already down. Here comes the TM Evo, and likely an Earthen Vessel, I should say.
Yeah, maybe an Earthen Vessel. Maybe even the Secret
going
Box,
for the Secret Box. Well, he could go for the Secret Box here and still get the Team Evo, get another card to net out
Yeah.
when you discard this for the Secret Box. But it really depends what does Tommy have else in his hand. So just Secret Box and... Oh, he has to keep the TM Evo. That's the only one he has in the deck. So it's likely that he has to discard a supporter and a stadium. More than likely, that's what we're going to see here.
And being in Tommy's position, I think you really want to just retreat and just use...
Basically do what Chunfai did.
Yeah.
Get the Darkness Energy down.
Yeah, and because you just don't want the energy stuck on the Mew EX, right? And sometimes that happens.
Tell me about the Mew EX though. Does it resemble a huge liability for Tommy this time?
Yes,
turn,
definitely.
this game?
You do not want to see multiple double prizes, 2 prizes on your board state as a God of War player. More often than not, you have 1 lone God of War EX or 2 God of War EX, right? Which have pretty beefy HP at 310 HP, while accompanied by multiple Monkey Dories, perhaps a Screamtail.
Yes.
That's probably the optimal board that you want to have. But if you have multiple 2 prizes
and
your
very low
opponent-
HP 2 prizes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And your opponent can just capitalize on that. Having the ability to take multi-prize turns with Monkey Dory plus a Screamtail. You can perhaps do 160 to a Mew and just leave it there. And if Tommy doesn't have any Monkey Dory setup, he could perhaps go for another snipe on a 2-prizer and take that out while monkey doring it the Mew away. So you get 4 prize from there.
Alrighty.
But
yeah, so
you may not want to do that as well because there's counter catchers in play.
Fair enough.
You may want to use those cards and utilize those cards because, you know, once you're ahead in the price lead, your counter catchers are essentially dead cards in the deck, which you do not want to see.
Okay, so what we see, we saw quite a bit of things happen here for Tommy. He played out the Secret Box, he played out the Earthen Vessel, and also the Ultra Ball. Now, a lot going on there for Tommy Leong. He did get down the Bravery Charm onto the Mew, making that a little bit more tanky, and we will see the retreat likely into the Monkey Dory. But I think first we're going to go for a restart, hence why Tommy is shuffling up, getting more cards to the hand before firing off the TM Evo. I'm a little hesitant. I mean, I'm a risk-averse person. Maybe doing that will net you the Curlias, and we don't see it, thankfully. So,
yeah.
And we will see the retreat into the Monkey Dory TM Evo. Beautifully done here by Tommy. Will get down a Curlia, and most importantly,
The
a
Gardevoir
Gardevoir EX on
So,
turn 2.
You know, despite having such a rough first turn, you know, just benching down the rolls and just passing his turn, I think the Iono perhaps has helped him.
Yeah, it
quite
looks
a
like
bit,
it.
But
yeah.
you know, Chunfai had to do that because he wants to conserve another Curlia into the deck. I mean,
That's
like put
fair.
it back into the deck. So that's fair.
That's fair. Now, talk to me about the number of slots here in terms of bench space for both Tommy and Junfai, because if you're looking on Junfai's side of the field, it's a much cleaner board state without the Mew, right? How important is that going to be in this matchup?
I think it's going to be very important. I don't think... So, looking at the list, none of these players are playing Professor's Turo scenario, which, you know, is a card that helps you pick up any Pokemon. You know, it helps you to take out your liabilities on play. So having this Mew is really, really rough for Tommy, because essentially Chunfai can just set up a triple Monkey Dory board state with a lone Screamtail as the attacker.
And here comes the Screamtail. As you said, Screamtail.
Yeah. I mean, since the release of Screamtail in Paradox Rift, it has been such a force to be reckoned with, alongside with the Gardevoir EX. You know, with the Roaring Scream dealing massive amounts of damage together with Bravery Charm, you know, can do up to 240 damage. So, I think here, Chunfai just wants to maybe set up more Monkey Dories, but he just discarded one.
just discarding the Monkey Dory here. So a little awkward here, maybe thinking that, you know what, I'm probably in the driver's seat. I will be able to get at least a knockout here in some shape or form without having the Monkey Dory in place. Or research, discarding the hand, drawing up to 7. So Tony, I should say it's Tony Chu versus Tommy Leong. Interestingly enough, so and both playing Gardevoir. How similar are their lists? Yarong, talk me through that if you have the insight, because you said that neither of them play any Turo scenario. Do they play Drifloon? I'm curious.
Yes, so both lists just play Drifloons, which is quite interesting because
a lot of lists seem to drop it.
A lot of lists has dropped it since the Charizard has not been such a big deck going into bigger major tournaments in the West. But we're in Malaysia. We love our Charizards.
We love Charizards.
So Drifloon has probably been the right call, I would say, coming into a Malaysian format, because there are just so many Zards running around. Burning Darkness, you know, such a strong attack. So I think
here we see
Chunfai could probably just wants to set another Monkey Dory, because he'll be a 2 or 3 turns ahead in terms of Monkey Dory Dark Energy attachments. So having that up is just really strong.
We don't see that. We see him discard the Monkey Dory. He does run 4, or was it 3? I'm mistaken. So it's likely going. So we do see the Psychic Embrace getting energy into the active. We will see 20 damage onto that Monkey Dory, retreating Adrenabrain, and Tony is going directly for that Monkey Dory in the active, saying, well, I'm going to get Adrenabrain, you get one less Adrenabrain. Here comes a... Oh, hang on a second. Was that a misplay there?
100 damage?
Okay.
Interesting.
That is interesting there. Was it a misplay? Was it a miscalculation?
It's pretty unfortunate, but yeah.
That's awkward. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Why would I leave 70 damage on a Monkey Dory?
Yeah. I think ideally you just want to just KO the curly at the back. But I think going into this current board state now, I think Tommy could really just capitalize on this and I mean, this play could be really punishing for Chunfai, to be very honest. Not having the second Monkey Dory established as well could be pretty tough now that you are probably equalizing.
Yeah, for
yeah.
Tommy's side here, we will only see one Adrena Brain, that's for sure, because there's only one Darkness Energy attachment available to Tommy. We're seeing here an Earthen Vessel eyeing up that Darkness Energy and another Psychic Energy. So the thing that I'm curious about is time, because we are more than halfway through, and in the best of one situation here in Premier Ball League Malaysia, there are very specific rules about how to determine a winner in a best of one. Essentially, when time is called, players will play out their first and second turn, the final 2 turns for each player up until the second player, and then if the prizes are equal between 3 to 6 prizes, they play it out until they reach 2 prizes.
Oh, that's
if
interesting.
Both players have 2 or less prizes remaining. They need to play, and equal prizes, I should say, they will need to play out until one has a prize advantage.
Right.
So this is an interesting situation. We see Tommy retreating to the Scream Tail and double Psychic Embrace. Well, apologies for the camera issues, but we will try to get that back up.
We
see Tommy going for the Monkey Dory, and there goes the Monkey Dory, the one Monkey Dory that Tony had, and I think that is going to bite him really badly at this point. Something isn't right there when you discard one Monkey Dory and then you get the other one knocked out.
So I said it right.
Yes.
Going for the Monkey Dories would be your key to victory. One thing I would like to point out as well, I think the difference between Chunfai and Tommy's list would be the counts of Bravery Charm.
Okay.
So Tommy is currently running 3.
Ooh.
While Chunfai is only currently running 2.
That's going to be intense, right?
In this matchup, I would like to see the Bravery Charms on the Monkey Dory itself.
Which is what Tommy has right now.
Yes, because you're just making it ever so tanky, right?
Yes.
You need to commit 4 energies onto the Scream Tail to really have to KO it, right? So I think discarding that one Monkey Dory and not establishing.
Oh, look at that! Now we get to see the prize camp. Double Monkey Dory was in the prizes for Tommy, and that's the reason why he only had 1.
Yeah.
Well, now it makes sense. But we have to say Tony did not capitalize on it. No one knows the prizes, obviously.
Exactly.
And it might be down to that one misplay of not getting the damage onto the Monkey Dory in the active. Maybe he was fearing if he went for another Psychic Embrace onto the Scream Tail, it might put him in a position where Adrena Brain would knock out the Scream Tail, not knowing that Tommy actually has the other 2 Monkey Dories in the prize cards.
I mean, it's a very tricky situation.
It is.
I mean, exactly what you mentioned earlier before the game started, it would be a showcase of skill in this mirror match. Knowing what your outs are to winning this matchup is very key, and then you can see it. There is the Pheasant Deputy coming down from Chunfai. I think he's really just his back is at the walls right now. It's just. He's just forced to put down that Pheasant Deputy, which is another 2 prize liability that you don't want to be in play especially during a God of War mirror.
I'm no Guardi player, but I would rather that to be a Monkey Dory.
Exactly. I love Monkey Dories. As you can see from even the last match, right? Monkey Dories has been such a menace in this format.
It is.
I believe it's been one of the strongest cards this entire format. It was really a format-defining card.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. So, back now to Tony. He did use Flip the Script. Considering his options here, we do see a replacement Monkey Dory already down with a Darkness Energy, but that's not going to take a knockout unless coupled with a Scream Tail. We do see the Bravery Charm. That's good there. Tony trying his best to go, do what Tony did previously, getting a knockout on the Monkey Dory, tying it up, 5 prizes each. Now for Tony, the only for Tommy, I should say, sorry, the only issue now is, will you have access to another Monkey Dory of your own? It's a Monkey Dory show, this game.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to have it established.
Okay.
And I would probably want to charm it again.
Is there another one left? We do see 2 charms already played. One on the Monkey Dory, one on the Mew.
He has another charm left.
Another charm left.
So, and it's not priced.
And Tommy's going for the pheasant. He's going to go into the pheasant, hopefully draw more cards. I did see a Night Stretcher in hand though, so if he wanted to recycle that particular
Monkey Dory,
he will be able to right now. Again, time is running down. We have 5 prizes each for both these players.
Only 7 minutes left.
7 minutes left.
It's really tough. I think Tommy has it really rough, prizing 2 Monkey Dories in such a key matchup when that card is really, really needed.
Indeed.
So we could see just, the whole game going wrong for him if he doesn't have a Monkey Dory established right now.
So, Tommy going into the Ultra Ball, discarding no more Psychic Energies. Already discarded quite a few earlier in the turn.
Here, eyeing up the Lydia's Teferi. Maybe he wants to make a play with that. So I'm not too sure if he should. But maybe just to thin out the deck.
Thin out the deck, probably. I wouldn't bench it. It's a liability as well, as you said. So here comes the Night Stretcher, probably grabbing back the only Monkey Dory he had access to, 2 being in the prize cards, 1 now onto the bench again, the same one. Who do you favor in this matchup right now? It sounds like Tommy here is technically in the lead if he's able to take a knockout here. Most probably being able to go into... the Berry Charm that would allow the Scream Tail to take a major knockout onto the Pheasantipity.
I don't know, Tommy might be going to, maybe KOing the pheasant is the route to do right now.
And if you know about time, right, you want to be ahead in the prize race.
Exactly.
Putting yourself in the position to win the game on time.
And I think, Tommy is just catching on that.
It is, probably is. Another Earthen Vessels. These decks are so consistent.
Yeah.
Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball, getting energy in this card. This kind of cards you don't need.
And you can Earthen Vessel on turn 1 and just go for like triple energy secret box. So such a strong, strong combination of cards, I would say.
It's one of the strongest archetypes in the format. Winners at Frankfurt and also Monterey with the same exact list, right?
Same 6C that, the ever so undisputed king of Gardevoir, Henry Chow, has cooked up. But we can see a similar list that Chunfai has gone with, which is the 8 Psychic Energy. I can't... I wonder what Tommy might want to go for here. Probably the Monkey Dory in the bench as well.
It could be. I mean, limiting your opponent from Monkey Dory, putting yourself at 4 prize cards, and
exactly.
So ignoring the Pheasantipity, saying that, hey, you need to replenish your board with another Monkey Dory, with the Darkness Energy. I'm not giving you access to multiple different Adrenabrains because you didn't take the opportunity back then.
And we do see a Dark Energy top deck coming up from Chunfai.
That might be big.
And also...
Oh, hang on a second. There was a counter catcher in hand there for Tony Chu. Was there enough energy in Tommy's discard pile for a retreat of the Gardevoir?
Yes. So as long as he has 1 in the discard pile
at the moment,
and he has 1 in his hand as well.
Okay, then it's safe. I was considering Tony going for a counter catcher play onto the Guardian and sniping around it for the remaining prizes.
Exactly.
But it seems like it's just going to be. So I think that was an Artisan already played. Nothing doing from there.
I just want to point out a play that came out from Tommy last turn. You see a Bravery Charm onto the Scream Tail. And yes, he's only putting 4 energies on it.
Yep, for 80 damage on top.
Yes, but it's such a good play. Let me tell you what's a good play, because it's essentially forcing Chunfai. It's like, hey, I have this Scream Tail threatening your board state, while also having this Monkey Dory. So which one do you want to take?
Double threat, right?
Exactly.
Which of these are more important to you, Tony? So we do see also the Bravery Charm in Tony's hand as well. He's considering his play going into the next stretcher for the Monkey Dory. Here comes the Dark.
The amount of plays coming out, you see both players going for the Monkey Dories. Yeah, that's what makes this game pretty exciting, but it's also can be pretty lopsided as well.
Definitely.
If one or the other party prizes their Monkey Dories.
Yes, so commiserations, of course, to Tommy Leong, one
definitely.
of the best Gardevoir players here in Malaysia, of course. But it is Tony Chu. It is your day to top 32.
Wow.
With Gardevoir EX, we will...
It's one step closer to that World's Invite.
Yes, yes,
One
indeed.
step closer. So, even if I'm Tommy, I think I'll be very proud making top 64 at the Premier
Of
World
course.
League. You do get a very nice playmat and a lot of sleeves as well. So, yeah.
So at this stage right now, I think the players are not just going to be briefed on their top 32 match. We will essentially be back real soon. What's your favorite point of that match there, Yarong? What was the pivotal moment, I should say, for that mirror match?
And fourth. I think Tommy wasn't able to develop more Monkey Dories. So if he was able to...
Immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokemon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokemon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos's battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokemon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Will you battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokémon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Latios and Latias join the fray to commemorate Pokémon Unite's 4th anniversary. Latios and Latias can both quickly fly to each other. A new type of battle, Electrode Volleyball, will be available after this broadcast ends.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega Evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Will you battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Welcome back to Prima Ball League Malaysia 2025. My name is Aaron Majid, with me Ong Ya Rong, and we want to be upfront with you on what happened just now.
Yeah.
So, 1,000 apologies for the internet cutting out. We had some technical difficulties earlier with the internet, and therefore we want to give a brief summary on what happened in the last game. So the game did go to time between Tommy Leong and Tony Chiu, and in the end, at the wire, on the final turn of the game, Tony Chiu was able to take a 2-prize knockout on the Pheasant Deputy EX and win the series by reaching the 2 prize cards remaining threshold. So congratulations to Tony Chiu. You progressed to top 32, which is going to start really soon.
Yeah.
Commiserations to Tommy Leong for the amazing run ending in top 64.
Yeah, I think that matchup was quite a difficult one to approach. I think I think at the end of the day, the draws of the cards matter a lot as well.
Of course.
But at the end of the day, it's a very high skill ceiling matchup. You know, in the God of War mirror, anything can go. You know, you just
Sideways.
gotta know how to. In a sense, right? Because you really need to know how to place your Adrenal Brain damage over onto the other side. So, and also how to leave damage for yourself in the future.
Of course.
So I think it was such a good showcase of skill by the two players.
And they went for the Monkey Dories, right?
Yes.
So both players knew what they needed to do.
Exactly.
They went for Monkey Dories. I think Tony had a little blip there, but not benching the second Monkey Dory in turn number 2 or turn number 3, and then eventually not even taking a knockout on Tommy's Monkey Dory. He was 10 short, unfortunately, not calculating the damage accurately. Nerves maybe getting to him. We don't know. You're on the stage. You're playing in front of hundreds of people here in Pavilion Bukit Jalil, so perhaps that got to him a little bit. But in the end, we do have a Gardevoir going to top 32 and I walked by the top cut tables earlier, Yarong, right before coming to the table. There was still a lot of Marnie's Grimmsnarl hovering about. So I hope for Tony he's not going to make me the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. It's not a horrible matchup, but
it's not a sure lose matchup, but it is the very tough matchup.
Indeed.
I think if the Money Grimmsnarl just play the more gust effects, I think the Money's Grimmsnarl can really just steamroll the God of War deck.
Indeed. And now we're heading into top 32 matchup here. We have a celebrated player in the Malaysian community. We have Mr. Jason Wee, who is now going to be piloting his world's trademark Gold Lingo deck. And in top 32.
So something a little bit about Jason Wee. Jason Wee has multiple top cuts. I think he managed a top 4 in last year's Premier Ball League.
Oh, yes.
He managed a top 64 in the in Master Ball League and multiple time top cut in Grid Ball leagues and Ultra Ball leagues. And he also is the only player from Malaysia who made today 2 in the recent Pokémon World Championships 2025 in Anaheim. With a very, very interesting golden goal list with Team Rocket's Venture Bomb, but he changed it up a little bit with for this tournament.
Yes,
he had to into something more. I would say more robust. It's something that makes more sense in a way where
in the best of one.
Yeah, in the best of one, right? You cannot rely on the Venture Bomb as often because it is a singular item card. You know. These days, Golden Go, they play a lot of one-offs. You know, the one-off Night Stretcher, Tool Scrapper, might be a picnic basket, might be... there's a lot of things that comes into play.
Of course.
So Jason has just cooked up the list, and I really like it, seeing it. So
and again, a celebrated community member here in Malaysia, multi-time Worlds competitor as well. And opposite him, we have Lo Tian Wai piloting Malaysia's favorite deck, Raging Bolt. So we get to see Raging Bolt finally here on stream in Malaysia PBL 2025-26. It's a pretty dominant deck in Malaysia. It's a pretty dominant deck elsewhere as well, but in the best of one format, it is Malaysians' go-to deck of choice. You know, not only did it chalk up about 20% of the meta game here in day 2, we also saw many that didn't make cut, you know, just bubbling out at 5-2 records yesterday. So it is by far the most played deck here in Malaysia. Definitely more than Charizard, definitely more than Gardevoir, definitely more than Goldengo as well. So that's an interesting little tidbit of information for Malaysia.
I think Malaysian players realizing, best of 125 minutes. You know, you have quite a little bit time to complete the game in 25 minutes. So Raging Bolt is just a go-to.
Right.
You know, you take prizes really quickly. You are consistent, you know, with the knocked out engine. I mean, if you start a Nest Ball, you could get your engine running essentially.
It's Fan Rodom, right? It's just Fan
Rodom for a Ditto, for a knocked out, for Hood Hood, and just get the game going from there.
Yes, indeed.
And you could also establish a very clean one prize board state, you know, with the baby Raging Bolt in front, and also multiple Hood Hoods just ready to play if you just bench out a Teal'c Ogerpon. So I think just a very, very consistent archetype.
Yes.
That does very well in the best of one. I think we did see it as well doing very well in the last 2 Champions League in Japan.
I mean, yes, it did well in Champions League Japan. He also actually won last year's Premier Ball League Malaysia. So Adila Farahin, shout out to her, also on the same team as Jason Wee, by the way. And she was the one that actually took Raging Ball all the way to the win at last year's PBL. The deck has only gone stronger, it's gotten more consistent, as you say. And again, one of Malaysia's favorite picks for a tournament, right? So I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. Both these decks have a lot going for it. You know, Goldengo, consistency, of course having the ability to spread some damage with Monkey Dory as attack, and then we have Raging Bolt, you know, being one of the most explosive archetypes in the match. And here we go. Players are on the field. Fist bump done. Jason Wee starts off with a gimme goal in the active up against Lo Tian Wei's Mew. That's the second time we've seen Mew in the active in that slot in the last 2 games. So Jason here off the bat with an Earthen Vessel going for a quick deck search. You want to discard energy with Goldengo. Not too many, of course, but it does activate your superior energy retrievals earlier, or retrievers earlier. Jason now looking a quick check with the deck. The Energy Search Pro is there, which is great, you know.
He didn't start another Puffin. I think it has been a running joke. I think speaking to Jason Wee at the end of day 2 yesterday, he has complained that he has never started a Buddy Puffin, even though playing 4 copies in his deck. So we do see it here. I'm not sure if you saw another basic Pokemon, because Lo Tian Wei could possibly just donk Jason right now.
That is true. Let's hope not. It will make for horrible viewing for everyone at home and for us.
We don't want that to happen, right? So, you know, a Raging Bolt with the Crispin and the Teal'c Ogerpon could take the game effectively from here. So let's just see if Jason has another bench Pokemon to work with.
All right.
We just see a pass coming from Jason. So,
oh boy. All right. Okay, let's see. We have Fighting Energy on Lo Tian Wei.
And we do see a attach.
Is it a pass as well?
Do we see a pass as well from Tian Wei?
And that would put it... It is! It's a pass!
So we could see Jason just taking the game right now.
There we go. All right, so here comes an Arven. I think that's it.
Search Pro, and
I think that's it.
A dong.
So an Energy Search Pro with a tool of anything that you like. He doesn't need a tool actually.
Yeah.
Because that's
He
it.
just sticks secure right
That's
now.
it. Make it rain.
Make it rain. For however many...
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy, that's so unfortunate. I mean...
who needs Buddy Profit?
Yeah, who needs? You just need a gimme goal and a golden goal.
And you know, not only setting a record for the only Malaysian day 2 today, but also the fastest match on stream in any match I've casted
Yeah.
here in Malaysia.
Exactly.
And that goes back what, 10 years. So so Jason Wee here, your winner in top 32 will move on to top 16, and it's barely 3 minutes on the clock.
Nice.
And when you start with gimme goal and an energy attachment and you just say pass, you are not expecting
Your opponent
that.
to just attach and pass as well.
Well, now, looks like everyone has an extended break, which is not really fun for everybody at
Yeah.
home and also for us, but unbelievable. It happens.
Yeah, it
These
happens.
things happen. We saw a donk at last's PBL as
Exactly.
well. I mean...
This thing happens in the best of one.
It happens in the best of one.
Yeah, variances
right?
happens.
And the thing is, you didn't just donk a like a 78-point Pokemon. You donked an EX worth 2 prize cards.
Yeah.
And it just so happened that both these players didn't have a turn 1 play, right? In another alternate universe, you know, we would have seen Raging Bolt pile on the pressure early, Fenridom on
Exactly.
the board, as you said, Hoots, Baby Raging Bolt as well. You know, all these different cards come to play to give the deck a super strong turn 1 going second. But unfortunately, in this scenario, we just saw a draw pass.
Yeah.
And
He
draw attach pass.
Yeah. He just needed like a Crispin maybe to or with the nest ball.
No,
nest ball and
the
Crispin,
nest ball, yeah.
like,
Any other card would have been an out.
Yeah.
You know, so
it's really unfortunate. But these things just happen.
it
unfortunately.
happens, yeah. So commiserations, of course, to Lotte and
both of
White
them.
for...
Yeah, make it all the way to top
For making all
32.
the way top 32, it's no small
Yeah.
feat. You're in top 32, you lose to a dong, you have to take those as they come.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Jason Wee, who continues his stellar run at local events here in Malaysia. Once again, a top 16 journey that may continue to perhaps top 8, top 4. We shall see. But that's all for now. We'll be back with top 16. I hope real shortly. We shall see.
Hope, we'll see. I don't think there's so many donks happening.
Of
correct.
course.
So I hope we will come back with even a more exciting match.
Don't grab a
in the
snack, grab a
top
whole
16.
meal, grab lunch.
Yeah, grab a whole meal.
And
Yeah.
get back here, and we'll see you real
Definitely.
shortly.
All right.
See you in a bit.
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Latios and Latias join the fray to commemorate Pokémon Unite's 4th anniversary. Latios and Latias can both quickly fly to each other. A new type of battle, Electrode Volleyball, will be available after this broadcast ends.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Will you battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Latios and Latias join the fray to commemorate Pokémon Unite's 4th anniversary. Latios and Latias can both quickly fly to each other. A new type of battle, Electrode Volleyball, will be available after this broadcast ends.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield of Protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
You battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Latios and Latias join the fray to commemorate Pokémon Unite's 4th anniversary. Latios and Latias can both quickly fly to each other. A new type of battle, Electrode Volleyball, will be available after this broadcast ends.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega Evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Will you battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Welcome back to Premier Ball League Malaysia 2025-2026. My name is Aaron Minjit. With me, Ong Yarong once again. I hope you had a good break. That was a pretty long one. Thank you, Jason Weechies. That was an extended lunch break for most of us here because that match lasted more than 1 minute and less than 2 minutes. So it was basically a donk in top 32, sending Golden Go and Jason Wee into top 16. Commiserations, of course, to a very sad little Mew EX, which really couldn't do much after just attaching pass. Rather unfortunate, but these things happen. Right?
Best of one,
so we're down in top 16 here in Bukit Jalil, Pavilion Bukit Jalil, Malaysia. It is quite a long day so far. It feels like we've been here for 4 rounds now. It's been 4 rounds total that we've had. Best of one Swiss, best of one knockout rounds, I should say.
Single elimination.
Single elimination. But I do want to say though, it's great being back here in Pavilion Bukit Jalil.
Definitely.
Breaking records once again. We are once again the largest ever Pokemon event in Southeast Asia with 1,250 masters as of yesterday's day 1, cutting to a top 128 here in day 2. And we should also say, the juniors and seniors are here today as well, and they are playing their top 32 and top 16 as well.
How many did we get?
I think it's about more than 100 combined, less than 200. So again, a growth even in the younger age divisions, which is always great to see. I see lots of folks taking photos here.
The
with
parents
their
with their
teams,
kids and the
parents with their
teams.
kids and as well. It's great to see.
Yeah, it is really nice to see. I think a lot of people are, these people will grow up into eventually people our age, next time, and they will be the one maybe seeing all of this happen.
Yep.
And it's always nice to see someone grow up in the community.
Of course.
And also flourishing and doing well as well. So it's always nice to see that parents are always supportive of this hobby. It's great to see. I think last Premier Ball League we hit about 650, almost 700 players. Last one.
That's about 770
So we had
thereabouts.
almost like a 50% increase in players, which is pretty insane.
Well, the comparison would be the previous Master Ball League last
Master Ball
season.
League.
That was about 1,100 players. So we grew a little bit, to 1,200-ish now. But we do know for a fact that there are many people who couldn't be here today. Maybe clash of calendars. They have other things going on. Some friends in your WhatsApp groups are probably saying, "Hey, I can't make it because the dates are wrong." But the great thing that I do want to commend organizers here today is the fact that not only have we expanded the number of people able to play in today's events, they've also allowed the waiting list to happen as well. People who got declined from the election, they were able to join in through the waiting list.
It was very nice.
I
think very well planned. I think from the side of maybe TBC as well. I think really nice to see people who are on the waiting list getting in as well. I think most of them got in, if I'm not wrong.
Yes. And beyond just the players, the Premier Ball League, the Master Ball League, events in general here in Malaysia are no longer just tournaments. They are essentially a festival celebration for Pokemon. If you came down here today, this weekend, or if you want to drop by anytime between now and 6 p.m., you could still take part in quite a few other activities. You could do the stamp run. You could essentially go stamp hunting for some prizes. There's also this Switch 2 experience gallery where you can actually try games on the Nintendo Switch 2, and of course Pokemon Mesa Star. I love Mesa Star. I play Mesa Star with my kids. I would love to play Mesa Star after this. So hopefully we have a chance to play
Pokemon Home. You do have
Pokemon Home.
A small medal hunt?
Yeah, medal hunt in a way.
Yeah,
so if you go
hunt.
around the venue, there are 4 places where you could scan for limited edition medals here for Pokemon Home. We also have a Pokemon TCG Pocket booth, a Pokemon Unite booth as well.
I heard the player who qualified for Worlds are here. I think from, if I'm not wrong, if I'm not mistaken, from Team Malaysia and Team Singapore, making their way down here to play with the people here. I think really nice of them to be here and just playing with the community, essentially.
Yes.
So I want to mention that, the Switch 2 experience is pretty special because it's not on the small screen, it's on
a large screen.
It's a large TV screen. So making the experience even more immersive. And so there is so many things going on here. There is also like a small booth,
tutorial booth.
Tutorial booth, and we have items for sale as well. You could get plushies like the ones in front here, not exact ones, but some plushies like that, and maybe sleeves or products. So we do have a lot of different activities being offered here at the Premier Ball League Malaysia at Pavilion Bukit Jalil. So if you're free, head down here. We are here till 6, 7 o'clock. So you still have some time. So come down here and catch the action live at Pavilion Bukit Jalil.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to be almost to the next rounds right now. I think the announcements are already being made. So we should take a look at the next coming match right now. And let's get into the match. On the left, Cheng Zai-xiong, or better known as Xiong, up against Li Wei-hong. We didn't get to talk about the exact matchup, but here it is. On the left, Raging Bolt, piloted by Xiong, up against Wei-hong's Cerulege River Vroom.
Wow, this is just a repeat of last year's finals, no?
Yeah, it was. So we got exactly the match we were hoping for. In Premier Ball League 2024, it was Carson with Cerulege up against Adila Farhin with Raging Bolt, and we know Raging Bolt took that down. So fast forward 1 year into the future, can Wei-hong avenge the Raging Bolt that went down last year, or will Xiong make it 2 out of 2? For Raging Bolt.
There is a slight differences in build, and
the decks are completely different right now.
Because of how the meta game and rotation has made the decks evolve. So currently, Xiong is running the Raging Bolt with a Noctowl engine, and while Wai Hong is running the Ceruledge with a Revavroom.
Yeah, no Raiding Greninja anymore.
No more,
unfortunately.
I think it's one of the best cards in format back then. Now being replaced by Revavroom, which allows you to discard a single energy, so you can draw up to 6 cards into your hand.
Not too bad. In theory, much better than drawing always 2 Raiding Greninja,
Yes.
but in some cases maybe not.
Yeah.
Now we see Xiong here playing, starting with a Teal'Mas Ogobon EX in the active. This is a draw engine for the deck, and immediately with an Earthen Vessel discarding a Grass Energy and going for more Grass Energy with a Lightning. Now, I would think Xiong would have hoped that he would discard a Fighting or a Lightning Energy, but it's not too bad. There's always ways to get back the cards again.
Definitely.
For example, like with with a energy retrieval, for instance, and things like that. So not too bad, not the end of the world here for Xiong. What do you think he would like to see on turn 1 here?
That's
Yarong? Sorry?
Nest Ball or an Ultra
Say that
Ball?
louder?
Nest Ball.
We didn't see that last week.
Yeah, we
last game.
didn't. I think it is what it is. It was quite unfortunate,
Okay.
but we do like to see a Nest Ball right here.
Oh, first off,
the
Teal
we
and
do
Ultra
see
Ball.
an Ultra Ball.
What a top deck there from
Which-
the Teal Dance
yeah.
for Xiong. That would easily translate into a
Fan
Fan
Rotom.
Rotom.
Yeah.
Yep, which will grab 3 3 colorless Pokemon, 90 HP or less, if I'm not mistaken.
100 HP
100
or less.
HP or less,
Yeah.
yes, because Noctowl is included in there. So that is, of course, the card that he'll be going for, and I believe he's already done a deck search, so he knows that it's there. Now, discarding a Slitherwing as well as the Raging Bolt. That's interesting there. Tell me more about the fact that he's discarded one of the single prizes that can do quite a bit in this matchup.
I don't think it will be such a valuable attacker. I think in this instance, Raging Bolt will just prefer to take the 2/2 price trade.
Well, maybe offering. What do you think about offering a single prizer if you only had a single prizer to take?
I think that would be good as well. But looking at Xiong's list, he does play 2 Night Stretches.
Okay.
So there is always an out to fish it back out.
Right.
And Sada, hand attach, and going for a single price knockout.
Indeed. So now, right off the bat, Dido goes to the active. Dido goes back into the discard
so
pile.
I would say
with a transform ready start.
Baby Raging Bolt will come out.
Yeah, Baby Bolt is probably
Yeah.
the go-to here for Xiong, because that will be able to give him a potential turn 2 knockout if he
Yep.
so looks for it. I didn't see if he had a Sada, but I do know that he had a Crispin already in hand.
Yes.
So it's very likely he will get off either a Thunderbolt Storm or a Dragon Headbutt on turn 2.
Yeah.
So, what will Wai Hong do in this scenario? Looking at the board there for Xiong, he has almost everything there. He has an access to Noctowl, he has Teal Dance up and running. Well, what is Wai Hong's hope to match this setup?
I think Wai Hong just wants to bench down multiple Jakadets at this turn.
Okay.
Probably setting up another Varoom as well. Because, you want to essentially have a fail-safe,
Of course.
What if you just don't want to have one basic each? And we
Alright.
just see a Poffin coming
And
out.
there you go. Right off the bat,
Yeah.
Buddy Poffin here, the card that Wai Hong will use to get 2 basic Pokemon, 70 hit points or less.
Yeah.
So, an ideal card to play. He's double checking as well. So, let's
Yeah.
see now what he picks. I'm guessing it'll be 2 Charcadets.
Yeah, I
I
think
don't think he'll go for anything
highly
there.
likely.
Oh, hang
it's
on a second.
Double Chakadet.
Yeah, we may want to take a look at the price cam as well once it's ready, but for now it's double Charcadets. We want to see what these players prized.
Yeah.
Wai Hong's probably going back in with the Ultra Ball there. Oh, we do see the
Is that Ethan?
there's
okay,
a
it's
Pal Pad. So discarding a Fire, that's what you want to do. Discarding a Turo. So my guess is likely going to be he's going for the Squawkabilly if it's
Yeah.
available.
It could be.
Yeah, I'm not sure if everyone runs 1 or 2. Most lists now that we see do run at least minimum of 1, but some have gone to 2.
Yep.
Oh, hang on a second. It's eyeing up a Varoom. So maybe not. Maybe it is prize. We probably want to switch over to the price cam when we have it ready.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to know what he priced there. He's taking a bit of time.
So I think another Varoom just makes sense here, actually.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Even though, yes, Squawk is priced. You do want to Squawk for it. Do Squawkabilly
Well,
EX.
we don't
but
know if it's prize though.
Yeah.
It sounds like it is. It
sounds
feels like it is.
It feels like it is. But a Varoom here isn't bad as well. So you are essentially putting Xiong on the choose what you want to knock out.
Well, I mean, for Xiong, it's probably going to be a Charcadet if
Yeah.
you can even help it. But
Yeah.
and Wai Hong is just passing the turn. No supporter play, no squawkability. What's going on?
So
Xiong drawing right off the bat I think it was an Air Zero, but
Yeah, just an Air
straight
Zero.
away going to the Crispin. That is the ideal card you'd want right
Yeah.
now.
So we do see a fighting in grass. Probably going onto a Raging Bolt and sniping a Charcadet at this point.
Do we see another energy in Xiong San? If he had another energy, that grass energy would easily be a teal dance.
I don't think he has. But
Yeah.
he's just choosing. Maybe he wants to look at his hand again.
Maybe.
Because currently, I think all basic Pokemon are 70 HP. Basic Pokemon in play on Wai Hong side is 70
Yes,
HP.
and you will need the
Yeah.
third energy to go with the Thunderburst Roar. Thunderburst Storm,
Thunderburst Storm.
I should say.
Yeah.
Roar, Storm, yeah. So anyway, I think Xiong is deliberating it. He's hoping that he gets... Oh, no, he doesn't.
Yeah,
So he's
just
going
attach
straight into it.
energy. Yeah.
So he might just go for the Charcadet in this case, or he'll go for the Dragon Headbutt. Let's see. Nope.
Yep.
Going for the Charcadet. There goes the Charcadet. And there we see the Squawkable was actually in the prize. That's why you run
Double
two.
stretcher as
And
well.
double stretcher as well in the prize
So
cards.
that could be game changing.
It might be, and
Yeah.
I think for Xiong though, more interestingly, the
Latias.
Latias and the Ursaluna are in the prize. So those are one-offs that he won't have access to, at least not right now.
Yeah. So
What would Wai Hong be able to do here? He has no way of getting anything, but he does
do
top deck the
see-
Rev Room.
Wow.
There we go. Rumbling Engine for 5 cards. Okay.
Consistency is king. So I wonder what. Oh, doesn't look. Probably has an Ultra Ball.
Oh, there's an S-Ball. Okay, but the only issue here
He
is
could
that
set up Pheasant.
he's already attached the energy to
Yeah,
the
to Varoom.
the active Varoom though, so we will not be seeing
An
an
attack
Abyssal
coming
Flames. It's going to be an interesting situation here for Wai Hong. It looks like no attacks here for Wai Hong at this stage. We are going to likely just see just a pass maybe.
Yeah.
Because that Varoom there with the energy attachment in the active should just go down, I think, and that helps. Okay, so Nesball down, Charcadet into play. And now we'll see what happens next for Wai Hong. I didn't see anything else. I didn't see a supporter. Maybe there is one from there. Oh, we
Just
at
coming
least
down.
we see the Cerulege. So that's great. At least an
Yeah.
attacker is online, pending an energy card. But we do want to see more energy into the discard before Abyssal Flames becomes a threat to Xiong. Okay, there is at least another Nike Stretcher here, which is great. Going for another Charcadet. This is good here from Wai Hong, having more options for attackers. Also saying to Xiong, I will guarantee I will get another Cerulege in play, even if you were
Yeah.
to snipe another Charcadet. I believe there's a Pal Pad sending
For a Turo.
the Turo back in. Good card to
Yeah.
recycle, especially if Wai Hong is contemplating a Carmine or a Research here.
Yeah, I do think that you being on Xiong's side, you gotta be aware of a Briar play coming up. So Xiong has to be aware on the price trade that he's taking. I think at this point, if his next price maps is 2 price and 2 price, he would avoid the Briar. Essentially,
Right, for sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
because
And that is Wai Hong's way back in the game, right?
Yeah,
like, yes,
yeah,
you fall behind a little bit here and there, but
Exactly.
the Briar play enables Wai Hong to
Exactly.
essentially win in 3 turns. Carmine is played, and nothing much else, it seems
Yeah.
like, and probably passing turn to Xiong at this stage.
So I wonder what Xiong would try to do at this point.
Well, we do see a Prasada's Vitality
we
going
do see
into...
4 energies on the baby
and
boat.
I think that's onto the Rev Room most likely.
Yeah.
And we do have a Nike Stretcher and a Raging Bolt added to hand, Raging Bolt EX added to hand, I should say,
But
for Xiong.
I am sure that Revav Room has at least 140 HP. Yes, it does. It has 140 HP, so Xiong would likely need...
Well, he hasn't attached for turn yet, so that's the
Yeah,
thing. He's
but-
only used the Prasada's on one Pokemon in the active, one ancient Pokemon, I should say, but that's the Raging Bolt in the active. Let's
not
see
much
here.
going on for him in his hand, I
Okay,
think.
it's an
yeah.
Ultra Ball there, most likely going for a second Tilmas Pokemon or maybe a second Hoot Hoot.
Maybe a second Hoot Hoot.
He has a Noctowl already in hand, so most likely playing that down. For Wai Hong right now, I think he's just hoping, just take another knockout, and I'm gonna go ham with my Ceruledge EX next turn.
So
And then it's on Xiong's board to respond, right? Because you will have to try to get enough energies onto the board for you need to knock out a Ceruledge EX with 270 hit points.
And do note that counter catcher is also active for Wai Hong.
That's
he
true.
does play it.
That's
So,
true.
Yeah, it could be, it could swing anyway with this matchup.
At least for now.
Yeah, at least for now. But I do think that I'm not sure what Wai Hong is planning on doing. Maybe just he would need, because he come into essentially not much.
Or maybe nothing playable at this point.
Yeah,
but
nothing playable at this point. So I'm not too sure.
Well, the good thing for Wai Hong is that if Xiong doesn't go after the Rare Room right now, he will have a way to draw cards. I think Xiong is contemplating that with the Knock Towel already in hand. He might go for the Prime Catcher, which I believe is what he plays. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but
Xiong.
Yeah, Xiong
Yes,
probably
he
plays
does
the
play
Prime
the Prime
Catcher.
Catcher.
Yes.
Prime Catcher,
So
yes.
he probably could go for that if he feels like wanting to go after. Well, to be fair, what do you want to go after at this point? There's no need for a Prime Catcher, I have to say.
I think
unless you're
you
going to get damage onto the Ceruledge EX, which I don't think is ideal anyway.
Yeah, I think safely taking another checker deck here would be okay, but you always would want to, then we see it. We see a fifth energy being attached to the baby bolt, Raging Bolt, and then we see a snipe on the Rev Room for 150 damage. So that's Xiong's second prize being taken.
Yep.
So
still no access to the Ursula and Latias. But now
we
Wai
just
Hong
see triple Ceruledge on board
there
right
you
now.
go. So for Xiong there, maybe going for Rev Room. It's great in terms of holding back the draw power for Wai Hong, but now you have to deal with 3 Ceruledge EXs. Now Earthen Vessel getting some energy cards into Wai Hong's hand, which obviously he would like to discard as soon as possible to fuel that Abyssal Flames attack. I think at this point it will likely be 3 or 4 energies, maybe discarding one from the retreating Varoom might also add another one there.
Yeah, I
so
think
he needs 5. He needs 5 in order to take a knockout on this Raging Bolt in the active and sending 5 energies into the discard pile.
Yeah.
So let's see what Wai Hong has.
He has an Ultra Ball in hand, I think.
He has an Ultra Ball. Maybe going for the other Varoom here after you retreat, of course.
Yeah.
So energy attachment onto the...
Oh, you do see a research.
Oh, there's a research. So, not an Ultra Ball, just a research. Oh, it was an Ultra Ball. So I think he was contemplating either getting
maybe a Pheasantipity.
No, maybe just getting the River Room and just retreating and then sending up your Ceruledge. So going for the research, I see. Well, what do we see? We will probably see a retreat.
Yeah, we probably see a KO on this Raging Bolt right now. So,
but will Wai Hong get to evolve the Varoom and draw more cards? I think he's contemplating it. There is essentially still the Ultra Ball in hand.
Yeah.
I would do it. Because
I would do it as well.
You're
just seeing more cards. You just need to see more cards.
See more cards, get more into the discard, more energy discard if you can. This guy's a Charkin. Okay, that's fair. You don't need that many. You already have 3 in play.
Yeah.
This guy's a Jet Energy. Okay, no issues there because I believe the other energy is reserved for the Rumbling Engine anyway.
Yep.
So Wai Hong's deck here pretty thin already, even though without a Squawkabilly. A Carmine into a research, or a Carmine into Rumbling Engine into a research, and
so
now
it's a lot of cards being
another
drawn
Rumbling
by
Engine.
Wai Hong. So
yes, indeed. So I think I think just plays making sure everything is done in correct order.
Yep.
Everything looks good there. And it's up to Wai Hong now to discard maybe another energy through the Rumbling Engine to draw on.
He probably
3
has
cards.
the KO on Baby Bolt right now.
He has it already, I'm very sure. The question then is the question is whether or not he'll have a return KO on whatever Xiong sends up.
Yep.
That is the key now. And there you go. I believe that's 5 energies. Yes, indeed. So
5
he will
energies going out into the discard pile.
drawing a nice stretcher probably.
Yeah. At this point, Xiong is a bit on the downside right now.
Well, it really, he has 1 turn to get back into it.
So
because if Xiong has no response, a meaningful response, I should say.
Oh, we do see a Raging Ball being played down
Okay.
instantly.
All right. There is a
So,
Noctowl in hand.
There is a Noctowl. There is Sada in hand.
Okay.
So
Let's go Sada first. Let's see the cards. But unfortunately, no basic ancient Pokemon to go with that.
Yeah.
So you're only getting one card. I think that's a bit rough there for Xiong because that doesn't actually give him enough to take a knockout on a Ceruledge this turn, it looks like. Unless he gets another Tilma's Ogapon and then find a way to retreat. But the problem is the Latias
Yeah,
is in the prize cards.
So he needs an energy. So he needs 5 energies to pull off this attack. So
Yeah. Well, 4. Well, 5 to retreat.
Yes, exactly.
And then 4.
So-
do they play Balloon?
no, they don't.
They don't play Balloon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Do
it
they play
is
Switch?
It is quite tough.
Do they play Prime Catcher?
They do.
They do play Prime Catcher.
Yes.
So we have an opportunity for Xiong here. If he's able to piece together Teal
An
Dance,
attack
Teal
right now.
Dance, Hand Attachment, Prime Catcher, he'll be in the driver's seat. The
Yep.
question is, how does he get there?
We
Noctowls
do
might help.
we do know that he has Prime in the deck.
Yes, so Prime Catcher is online.
Yeah.
So for Xiong here, he's contemplating the Lightning and the Grass. I
Yep.
think that's exactly the 2 cards that you need.
I just realized that Xiong really has his deck blinked out, huh?
Yeah, probably. It looks like it.
Everything is
Well,
cool.
you need a PBL Rotom to be fair.
Right.
Yeah, PBL promo from last Premier
Yeah,
Ball
I think
League.
that is the real blink.
Yes.
But yeah, we do see a Earthen Vessel for 2 energy. So
Yes. I would expect a Teal Dance
Yeah.
coming out and the Lightning going on to the Raging Bolt. I think Xiong is just looking for pieces at this point.
Yep.
Drawing cards. Oh, it's a Teal Dance Ogapon. A Teal Mars Ogapon. So we do see another one.
Yeah.
Does he have the Grass Energy though?
He does have an energy retrieval in his hand.
Okay.
So I
think that's it.
Yeah, that's it. But
He probably has what he
yeah,
needs.
he does need to expand the Noctowl. Which,
Okay.
It's fine considering he has 2 double hoods down.
Mm-hmm.
So expanding the Noctowl here is okay. So yeah, he probably needs a Prime and something
All right.
else.
Teal Dance first to draw
Yeah.
another card. A great engine here for this deck. Fighting energy, not the worst, not the best.
Yeah.
Turns off Crispin a little bit, but I think for Xiong here, he should have everything he needs here. Expanding
Yes.
a Noctowl is almost necessary. I think for Waihong, he is going to have to find a way to dig deep to make a comeback here.
Yeah, he needs essentially 2 more turns to attack.
Yeah, they're both on a 2-turn
Yeah,
clock, right?
2-turn clock.
For
So-
Xiong, it will probably be 2 turns. For Waihong, also 2 turns.
Yeah.
But Xiong is the one in the driver's seat if
Yeah.
he's able to get a knockout here. Likely he would have Jewel Seeker here, the
Yeah.
ability allowing you to search your deck.
For any 2 trainers.
2 trainer cards. If you have a Terra Pokemon in play, which you do, you have the Tilma's Ogapon. And he'll be looking, I would assume, for Prime Catcher +1.
Yeah.
Prime Catcher Boss, maybe? Prime Catcher Sada, perhaps? Prime Catcher Sada
Catcher-
sounds better.
Could be an Area 0 as well.
Area 0 might work
Just to
as well.
establish more hoods and
Yeah.
you know.
He's eyeing it up, so he does
yeah.
have the Prime Catcher ready. I think for Waihong here, he's just hoping and praying that Xiong doesn't have
Yeah.
what he needs, but we do know for a fact it's all available.
So
There it
just-
is, Prime
just-
Catcher and Area 0.
Yeah. Just another fun fact. I think to really have Xiong have a hard time to take the game next turn, Waihong cannot bench his Serendipity EX.
Oh yes, you
Because-
have to force it to be a 4
Yes.
energy attack there from Raging Bolt.
Which is not the easiest,
Of course.
but it is done. But also, Waihong doesn't play any disruption cards. So
Oh, no,
whatever Xiong
Iono.
has in his hand is going to stay there. So,
Oh no, not for Waihong. That's not great.
So it is pretty tough, I would say. Yeah. But I hope, Waihong draws into something. I don't know. I think at this point, taking the hood would be a good choice as well. But I'm not sure if you want to go into that price trade.
Well,
at this
it's-
point.
I think the main thing for Waihong here would likely be to go and grab that Raging Bolt
Yeah.
EX, because that would limit the number of ancient Pokemon that Xiong has,
Definitely.
reducing the number of energy cards essentially that you could get from Parasaurus
Yeah.
Vitality. But here comes the Serendipity. That is key there for Xiong, ensuring that even if you had Iono Waihong, I would get to draw 3 cards
Exactly.
on the return. Now, can Xiong lock this up? It sounds and seems like he can. And he's just double checking to see if any energy
it's a
attached to
Prime Catcher
Ceruledge.
coming out.
Prime Catcher coming onto the Ceruledge on the bench. This will be a knockout by that Raging Bolt EX onto that Ceruledge EX.
And we do see Fez as well being used. Flip the script.
Yeah, that's interesting. So Flip the
so-
Script comes about. Wai Hong does have an opportunity to go grab that for a knockout as well
Yeah.
now. But then again, he also has the ability to go for Tilemas
Yeah.
Lokapon, and more importantly, trying to get the KO on the Raging Bolt in the active.
Exactly.
So we are...
I think both players need quite a bit to really close out their game after this.
Well, for
So-
Xiong, I don't think that's many things now, considering that he
Yeah.
has almost a full
Everything.
grip of things
Yeah.
he needs.
So-
We see energy in hand, we see the Night Stretcher already in hand, likely a Parasada's Vitality aimed at with that Jewel Seeker that we know is also in the hand, or the
Yeah.
Ultra Ball I should say is in the hand already for Xiong at the very least. Only one fighting energy though, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
Chris
but-
Spin is no longer the thing for you.
No, I think you probably need to draw Sada off his next turn.
I
so-
mean, you could just faz into it, or
Yeah.
you could Jewel Seeker for it. And there you see a Bellowing Thunder for the knockout. For Wai Hong, it doesn't look great.
And we do
Jamming
see-
Tower.
Oh, we do see a hand attached to the bench Ceruledge.
Well, both of them have fire energy, so that's fine.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
all good. Jamming Tower, though, coming down. Not that impactful for this matchup, I should say.
Yeah.
Not many tools on the Raging Bolt side of the field. Wai Hong probably thinking, what sort of odds do I have of closing this out? You know, the Briar is online, but that'll just put him at 2-2. Doesn't change anything else. Rumbling Engine for a card. That's a brilliant
Ooh.
blender. That is going to be key there for Wai Hong. Will this be enough? We did see him already have 5 or more. I think it's probably enough.
Wai Hong at this point has a lot of energies in his discard
Yeah.
pile. I think taking on the 240 HP Raging Bolt will be fairly easy. So yeah, let's just see what.
And you see Wai Hong doesn't play any IO nor hand disruption.
Yeah.
So that is probably going to be his undoing here, because no hand disruption means that Xiong keeps the grip of cards in his hand. There's a Latias in there. There's a Ursa Luna in there as well. And most importantly, access to energy and Sada via the Knock Towel already in hand. Or Ultra Ball, I should say. They can get the Knock Towel. So here is...
5, 6,
Yep.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that's 310 damage.
That's way too much.
Way too much.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue it's meant
Yeah,
for,
I do see a
but we do see a
Briar
Briar
Blade
play. So
down,
Briar
yeah.
Blade comes down. We will tie the game up 2-2, but that just means that for Xiong, he is just energy attachments away from getting a win. He has to piece it together though. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be straightforward. And he doesn't have access to Area 0 anymore. So he also still has to find a way to retreat the Tilemas in the active. So that Jamming Tower there, quite clutch, I should say.
Yeah.
It prevented the Latias from giving a base 1 free retreat. So let's take a look here. And I just say Wai Hong didn't go for the night stretches. He went for the top to bottom, I should say.
So he got his squawk, huh?
He got his squawk and the Jamming Tower.
So
Alright.
let's see how will Xiong be able to close out his game right now. Not too sure. He needs quite a bit, because I'm not sure if Xiong.
I think he's missing 1 or 2 pieces.
Yeah.
It looks like at this stage he should be able to get the Raging Bolt back into the bench, but that means he has no access to Latias.
And he needs Area 0 as well.
And he's Area 0 as well.
Yeah.
So Area 0 would help him get the free retreat.
Yep.
But it might also mean he is 1 less card, to begin from the Knock Towel that is likely going to be used here for the
I think his turn would be highly dependent
Jewel Seeker, sorry.
on how Flip the Script will pan out.
Indeed. And I
Yeah.
think he's considering either doing it now or thinning the deck for later. So we see. So I think players are.
Oh, I think we do. Probably Xiong didn't shuffle his deck.
Oh, right. Okay. But all
Yeah.
good. We have judges on hand.
Yeah.
They're doing their jobs. So shout out to the judge team. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, and also Wai Hong being very cautious.
Yes.
And also,
Yes.
I think shout out to him as well.
Oh,
for-
hang on a second.
yeah.
It's time. Time has been called.
So,
So, alrighty. Both players are 2 prize cards.
yeah.
Both players have to play out both their turns. So both players will get a chance to play here. Even if Xiong doesn't take a knockout, Wai Hong will have to take a knockout then. But it's likely that anything Wai Hong hits here from this point onwards will give him the win.
Yeah.
So Xiong has this turn to figure out what to do. I don't see any other out here other than
Yeah.
the fact that he has to go and grab a knockout, because for Wai Hong, that's about it. Or maybe Xiong is trying to play into the fact that Wai Hong may not have a way to retreat a rare room. So saying, hey, I'm going to boss this rare room into the active perhaps, and then strand you there for a turn. You have your second turn, or you're going second turn, and then on my turn on the backswing, I get to take a knockout and go 1
Yeah,
prize up.
but, you know-
maybe, I don't know.
Wai Hong's deck plays 4 Jet Energies.
That's the thing. I think there's already 3 in the discard. So
Yeah.
Xiong there hits up play perhaps, knowing that if I can't get a knockout here, I have to stall.
Yeah.
Like,
could
really
could
badly.
Be, yeah. Could be.
So
we need to see what Xiong decides to do. I think
Yes.
he's taking a while to really figure out contemplate all his best possible actions.
yeah, I mean, he has cards in hand, but maybe the combination is just a little off here. So he's going to
Yeah.
rely on the flip the script to get him what he wants. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if this is what you do. I would rather Ultra Ball first and get the Knock Towel. I guess the Knock Towel though.
Just get the knocked out.
Okay, the Knock Towel is there. He has a boss as well. The boss is not a good card to have here. He needs Sada.
Yeah.
I think for Xiong here, maybe he has used up quite a bit of the Earthen Vessels already last turn. So that
Yeah,
might
and
be the reason
I think
why.
he used his energy retrieval as well, which
That's true.
he only has 3 energy recovery cards, which
Okay.
is 2 night stretches.
And he's looking through a deck now with Jewel Seeker. He did snap play it down, and I think
There is an energy switch.
okay.
He probably needs Area 0 as well.
So Area 0 is basically an energy because it allows
Yeah.
you to not have to have an energy to retreat the Pheasantipity.
yeah. I'll see a Turo.
Turo is not going to get you anything though.
I'm
Or maybe
too
just stealing
sure.
the deck. I have
Yeah.
no idea. Maybe just stealing it for Teal Dance perhaps.
Yeah. Not sure. Do you see any Sadas in his hand?
I didn't see a Sada in hand.
Yeah.
Is
Not
the
too
Sada
sure.
prize? I don't think so, right?
Oh, there is a Ursa Luna coming up.
Okay.
Oh, we do see a stall play coming up, I think.
It is a stall play.
Because
And that's not great there.
Wai Hong did went second.
Wai Hong went second. So Wai Hong should have another turn.
Yeah.
Wai Hong should have another turn here. So what is going on? So energy switch to take a
So he
knockout.
just goes for a knockout.
Wait, hang on a second. This shouldn't be game though. Wai Hong should have another turn. Wai Hong should have another turn. Hang on a second.
Yeah. So they already
Wait, hang on a second.
packed up, I think. So currently there is a contemplation on the final results of the match. So we gotta see what is the decision coming out from the judges. So because as Wai Hong went second, so by right he would have another turn to finish off the game. So I'm not too sure if there's an error in the judge call or something. So let's just see what the resolution would be. So yeah, I think discussion is going on right now. We do see a really close match though. That's just the reality of Ceruledge and Raging Bolt. I think cutting it really closely. Briar making such an interesting play right now. Going to 2 prize, essentially, telling Xiong, hey, if you don't win this turn, I'll win next turn. Which essentially checkmates Xiong. So I wonder what is the resolution would be coming up from this match and the results. So, yeah. Aaron, what do you think about the game? I think it was pretty close.
Yeah, it was a pretty close game overall. I'm a bit a little speechless, to be honest, but we'll see what the judges rule and decide.
Yeah,
it's going to be an interesting one.
I really like the Briar play coming out from Wai Hong.
That was a game changer, wasn't it?
Instead of just, he researched, instead of just opting to use research, Briar essentially it's like telling Cheong, hey, if you don't take my knockout right now, I will have game next turn.
Oh, yes.
So I really like that he played to his outs.
Yes.
Even though he started pretty poorly. But you can see that's the strength of maybe Ceruledge going to Raging Bolt matchup.
It is.
Raging Bolt would rely on the Tilmas Ogre Pawn to really set up, because he needs to run the Noctowl engine. But Ceruledge can start with a clean one price board and not commit any EX into the game. So I think matchup-wise, I would always favor Ceruledge.
It's interesting you say that, because in matchup-wise, I would actually favor Raging Bolt in that situation.
Really?
Let's look at it this way. And that's why it goes back to the point about perhaps having single prizes in the game in the active, rather than having a Raging Bolt EX in the active, might be actually a good thing for a Raging Bolt player. So you could chase after Char Cadets, chase after Rev Room without exposing yourself to that Briar turn that we just saw.
Yeah.
So I was a bit hesitant when the Slitherwing got discarded, because that actually hits Rev Room for
120 plus burn.
Exactly.
Yes,
so I was like, hang on a second.
Yeah,
That is actually a more energy efficient attacker.
Yes, exactly.
Compared to Baby
Raging Bolt.
Yeah. So, well, to be fair, both players played pretty well, right?
Yeah.
So
they
I
played
think
to their outs and really congratulations to them. They have made it to top 16, but we are still currently awaiting the judges' decision.
Yes. What we can do now, we can cut to a quick break, and then we will update the scores, how things go. Yeah, but before that, let's take a look at the top 16 leaderboard that we didn't get to show you earlier on. So here is the top 16. These are the players who are now in the running. We see on the left there, Cheng Jai-seong up against Lee Wai-hong, the game that we just saw. In the other brackets, let's go around and see if we see any players. We also see Mr. Chen Jin-chung, a top cut player in many events here in Malaysia.
I think multiple regionals, championships.
UBL victories as well.
Jin-chung has been such a force to reckon with every season. So,
Samuel Chok here as well had a top 32, I think, in last year's MBL, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And he also got a top 32 in Premier Ball League.
There you go. Another one there.
But yeah.
Jason Wee, of course.
Yeah.
Our resident 3-minute turn player. 3-minute game, I should say.
Yeah.
And then on the far right there, we see a lot of new names here. Some of them we did see on stream, some of them we did not. I think Jun Heng, a name that's come up often. Kyle Low as well, I've seen on some of these brackets before.
Yeah.
But great to see a good mix of both new and existing players coming back to Premier Ball League. It just goes to show that the game has grown, and people who have been playing this game for many years still continuing to play.
Yes.
Right? So
it's good to see.
It's great to see. The game is, the community has grown so much in Malaysia. That's the first thing, right? You have leagues starting up many places. I'm come from Little Town. We come from Little Town in Klang, where we didn't have a local game store or card shop for 20 years.
And now we have
multiple,
5, 6 even. It's been such an honor and such a privilege to be able to see this scene grow to its capacity right now. I remember back then, I think I've mentioned this many times before. I came from back in when I was 2014, when I was a seniors division player.
Oh wow!
I came for a 6 to 8 player division, and now we do have a 70 to 100 player division in the seniors division. So you do see a 1000% increment in the players, and that's so nice to see. I'm really glad that the parents are supportive.
Parents are supportive
in all they do.
Families are supportive.
Yes.
I see spouses coming to support each other here.
So,
and I have to also say, we're seeing a good mix of both male and female players as well.
Yes.
Adila Farhin, last year's Premier Ball winner, was the first female player to win a major event here in Southeast Asia since, I believe, 10 years ago, if not longer than that.
Yeah, I think it was, if I'm not wrong, the last one was Kylie Chua.
Yeah, so it goes way back.
Which Kylie Chua was also such a strong player back in those days.
Yes.
And now we have Adila, which was the first female to qualify for World Championships, actually.
Oh yes, that's true. I mean,
in a long time.
In quite a while. Yes,
in quite a while. So
Yeah.
she also was at Anaheim this year, battling it out with, I think, Golden Goal, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
I think most importantly, though, we are happy to have you with us on this stream.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for tuning in so far. We will eventually get the results to share with you, but I want to ask Yarong, what are your thoughts over the deck that you would have picked for this tournament? Now that we've seen a good spread, right? We've seen Gardevoir, Manis Grimstyle, Raging Bolt twice, maybe 1.5 times, Golden Go. What would be your pick for a deck at this tournament?
If I were to play?
You were to play.
I think if I were to play, I'll be very comfortable with the Gardevoir.
Okay.
I've been playing Gardevoir. I've been playing a few decks, you
Okay.
know, helping some of my friends to play test. I think even Cheng Jaicheong, he is one of my playtest partners.
Okay.
Close friend of mine. Really nice to see him to get this far. But playtest many decks, Dragapult. I think many decks are really strong.
Right.
But coming into a best of one format, you need to you gotta see and gotta rely on consistency. So
course.
I will have chose maybe Gardevoir will be my first pick.
Okay.
Or
Chaladon.
maybe
Oh no. Okay.
Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt. All
But
right.
I'm not really good at Raging Bolt since Noctowl. I think your Noctowl selection in terms of your trainers to select is very important.
It is.
You need to see it to the end of the game. So I think, I will choose Gardevoir. What about you, Aaron?
Well, you know,
Chaladon?
it's a local joke. I only play our Chaladon. Well, to be fair, I do enjoy my Chaladon. It's a deck that I hold very close and dear to my heart, obviously.
yeah.
But if I were to pick a deck for PBL, if I was playing the Premier Ball League, I would like to try something that ran the Noctowl engine. Don't blame me for being a bit vanilla, but
No, I think it makes sense.
It's not just Raging Bolt, right?
Yeah.
There's so many variants of it.
Terrabox.
Terrabox is a thing. Flareon
Flareon
is also
Noctowl.
a thing. I think it's a very flexible engine. It rewards plays very well, but it gets a little clunky sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially in best of one, you're trying to maximize consistency. You want your deck to go the extra mile, right? Why do you play 4 Body by Puffins? Right?
You just want to draw it to...
No, you don't want to draw it for 7 rounds like Jason V.
Right.
But you want to draw as many as you can, obviously,
Yes,
right? And
definitely.
I think that sort of deck that runs multiple different one-offs can be a problem in best of one, I should say. So perhaps I would default, rather selfishly to our Chaladon still, because it's a deck I feel comfortable with, and I don't get a 70 hit point basic that probably get donked. That said, we saw Mew get donked, so I can't say much. There's a Mew EX getting donked earlier.
But, I think our Chaladon would have a pretty good showing as well if anyone played it, because I think it's also a pretty strong deck, right? Our Chaladon charges itself with, what was the ability again?
Assemble Alloy.
Wow, you're so good at this, huh? Assemble Alloy, yes.
Metal Defender.
Metal Defender.
2 retreat costs. 300 HP.
Look at you. Alongside with Monkey Dory. And I think the recent builds you have been playing a lot of Team Rocket's Venture Bomb.
Yes. Hi, it's me.
Yes, and also incorporating Hero's Cape into the deck.
Of course.
Making our Chaladon such a beefy 400 HP EX attacker, dealing constant 220 HP, 220 damage, pardon me. So Define Pokemon is so strong. I mean, and when you're tanking those hits.
Oh, it looks like we're getting updates. Sorry for the abrupt stop in your Chaladon storyline. We are getting ourselves
a sudden death
match.
All right.
We had one in MBL last year. We're going to have one more now. And I think that's the ruling the judges have come to. So we will wait and see what happens here. But it's looking like the match has not been resolved.
Yeah.
So, woo!
So sudden death.
Yep.
First player who takes the first prize. So, which player do you think it's?
Whoever goes first.
Whoever goes first.
Whoever goes first wins the game.
If they go second, Xiong may be able to.
Maybe, but most of the Raging Bolt decks do not run Noctowl. They don't have that extra legs. It's not the Pokestop build anymore where you can dig deep. let's just see. Let's just see.
because-
Let's put
because-
all analysis aside and get straight into the game.
Yes, we're gonna see the first 7 cards of each player
Yes.
to really determine the outcome of the game. So
Yes.
both players need quite a little bit of things to go in their favor. Let's just see. While the players are setting up right now, I believe.
Yeah, we can cut to the cam. We can cut to the cam once
right now.
once ready. We'll get into time. But so the judges have ruled that it is a sudden death match, and we will see what are the terms. It's likely going to be sudden death. First player to take a prize wins.
Yep.
But you do set out 6 prize cards.
Yes.
So you do set out 6 prize cards for both players. This is a revision, an update to the rules. Some of you may have been here for MBL, Master Ball League last season, where it was just one prize. So rules have been changing for the better. Right, we won't see Ionos to 1 anymore, and then no one gets to play.
So we won't see an Ursaluna being benched out thinking he could take. Yeah, because of wording, text of the text of the ability. You know, because Ursaluna says for each prize card the opponent has taken.
Well, you can't take more than 1 if there's only 1, right?
Which is a very vital thing. In the Pokemon TCG,
Indeed,
is knowing what the card does, what exact text it says. I think is very key to really showcase yourself as a very top
level player.
Top level player.
Yeah, indeed. So let's game our minds a little bit, right? We need to work a little bit. If Ceruledge goes first, would you put it to Ceruledge to win, or would you think that it's more likely that a Raging Bolt will be able to get off an attack right away? Because think of it this way.
I think in this matchup, Raging Bolt will still want to go first.
Okay.
As Ceruledge would need 2 turns. He needs to evolve into something.
That's true. And then that's what I'm trying to ask. Because if Ceruledge goes first, we essentially have a situation where Raging Bolt has 1 turn.
Exactly.
If it's a Slitherwing, that's game. If it's anything else,
it's a Fan-Rotom.
Fan-Rotom. That's game as well.
1 energy attachment with a Stadium in
That's
play.
it. Exactly that. What if
Ceruledge went first?
Went second.
What
would you be hoping for as Waihong?
It would be very tough, I would say.
Ursaluna pass.
Yeah. Or something beefy in front.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because Waihong would need to bank on Xiong not getting anything from his first 7 card, which is pretty tough, as Raging Bolt decks have been tailored and tuned to have a good first 7 hand. I mean, yeah. And from that point on, I think at this point, Waihong wants to go first.
Yes, indeed. Because
you are reducing the chances of Xiong getting the turn, because he has only so much.
And you want to start Pheasantipity.
Exactly. Yeah. No, not really.
You want
Pheasantipity
with an energy attachment, and then you just pass it over.
Yes, exactly.
Next turn, attach an energy to chuck it on the bench, promote it, retreat, Ceruledge, boom.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That a lot to ask for. We don't know.
But it could happen.
Anything can happen.
Who knows?
Okay, so we've seen quite a lot of decks today, right? And let's take the spotlight away from the this particular matchup right now, okay? If I have to ask you, what deck would you like to see you win PBL? What would be your choice? Don't say Gardevoir, because I know that's what you're going to play. But what would you like to have seen take the win? Okay, fair, fine. If it's Gardevoir, tell me why.
My argument, or rather, I've always told my friends that Gardevoir will eventually take something.
Okay.
Because Gardevoir is such a, we call it a high roll deck, right? At this point, Gardevoir, you're banking on, research into the 7 cards that you want.
Okay.
Iono into the 6 cards that you want, and stuff like that.
Okay.
And Gardevoir has an out to almost every matchup in the format.
Okay.
That's what makes Gardevoir such a force to be reckoned with. Having Monkey Confuse, a double counter catcher with late game Ionos coming into play.
Snipe plays, all about.
Snipe plays, Screamtail, Drifloon. Aaron, let me tell you that I've made comebacks when I was 4 prizes down with Gardevoir. I have 6 prizes and my opponent has 2 prizes left, and I still won the game.
Yep, it's
Because
an impressive deck. It's an
how
impressive deck.
strong it is, and I call for it winning, as it can do all these things. So, what about you? What do you think? Before coming into this tournament, before
Sure.
looking at the matchup spread, what do you think that would take this whole tournament home?
I still think that a deck like Raging Bolt will probably do it because of just how consistent the kind of deck
Correct.
is, right?
Yes.
So I think if I had to put my money on it, I would say Raging Bolt would take it. I am a fan of Ceruledge as well as a fringe deck player. I like this kind of
Right.
decks.
Definitely.
And just so you know, I just got note that we are seeing multiple mulligans happen on the stream match. So we'll pan it very shortly. Even with the mulligans, we can pan it over, but we'll let them set up and get going.
Yeah.
But before that, don't go anywhere. I would say Raging Bolt is likely my pick because for the last couple of years that we've been tracking the deck, it has always done well in a best of one environment.
Yeah.
I would play it if I had a bit more experience with it. Obviously now, in a way, I like decks that not necessarily need to do what Raging Bolt does. So anyhow, we're back in the game, and this
We do
again.
see
Sudden death. Both players been active. Squawkabilly for Waihong. Who goes first though?
Sure.
Benrodom in front.
Xiong
Is this
go-
no? It's Waihong going
Waihong's
first.
going first.
Oh, this is tricky. Do you bench your Char Cadets?
I'm not so sure.
Is
This
there,
is
there's a Prime Catcher in the hand. The Prime Catcher is already in
Prime
the hand.
Catcher and Area Zero's in the hand.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's a sudden death.
Oh boy.
I think we just see the match. I mean, okay, to be very honest, I think having the lone Squawkabilly standing there is not an answer as well. You're only doing a maximum of motivate. It was only 20 damage.
I mean, it doesn't really matter
Yeah.
for Waihong because all you have to do is try to get turn 2, but Xiong actually has a full group of cards. I think there might have been multiple mulligans here because Xiong's hand looks really thick
if
there.
I'm not wrong, he did had 4 mulligans.
Oh boy.
So 4 extra cards to play with.
And the Prime Catcher being one of them.
So Raging Bolt is quite dangerous for them to get so many cards.
Indeed.
Play.
I think we've pretty much seen the end for Ceruledge, rather unfortunately. So I think, hang on a second, I think Waihong here is just double checking what are the cards to grab. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see.
So
Okay, so Ultra Ball here for Double
Okay.
Energy. Waihong playing through the motions here at this point.
likely to see a Chaka deck coming down right now. I think if I'm Xiong,
Yeah.
I think you see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, no, the moment the 7 hit point Pokemon comes down,
Yeah.
it's pretty much done
Yeah.
for the game. I'm a little curious though about what happened in the previous match. I wouldn't speculate, obviously, but
Yeah.
it felt like Waihong should have had another turn.
Yep.
But I'm not sure if there was a ruling there that caused the game to be reset to
A sudden death.
sudden death match. But we shall see now. I think for
Yeah.
Waihong here. Okay. Squawk and Seize. Okay.
Wow, Waihong is throwing through his deck right now.
We should have seen this in turn 1, in
Yeah.
game 1, right? Oh, the first game
So
before
here's
sudden death.
That
But it's
one
alright.
Squawkabilly EX being prized. Very unfortunate in game 1. But we do see Waihong just drawing through his deck right now.
Yes, indeed.
Looking at 13 cards this turn. No, 12
I
cards this
mean,
turn.
at this
So
point, you can't ask for much. You just
Yeah.
Waihong just
hope for the best.
hope for the best and hope that
Yeah.
Xiong doesn't have the cards he needs.
But
But
there's nothing else he can do.
does he have everything? Does he have the Area
He
Zero?
does have boss as well.
Oh, there.
Xiong
That's
does have
game.
boss as well.
That's game. So I think that's it. So energy.
So we
Area
do see
Zero
Area Zero
and the boss.
The boss.
And that's it. That's game.
That's game.
Cheng Zaixiong
Cheng
will go
Zaixiong
into
going to top
8.
8 of the Premier Ball League.
Commiserations to Waihong there.
Yeah.
Ceruledge going so deep into the tournament.
The only one in top 128.
The only
correct?
one at 128 and going
Yes.
all the way to top 8. That is amazing
Yeah.
for Li Waihong. So in any case there, I think it was quite a spectacle, quite a marathon I should
Yeah.
say. So don't go anywhere. We will be back real soon with top 8. It should not be very far away.
Yep.
I hope you had an exciting afternoon so far with us. Anywhere you are around the world, thank you so much for joining us here at Malaysia Premier Ball League.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Latios and Latias join the fray to commemorate Pokémon Unite's 4th anniversary. Latios and Latias can both quickly fly to each other. A new type of battle, Electrode Volleyball, will be available after this broadcast ends.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
View Battle Team Rocket or join them in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Latios and Latias join the fray to commemorate Pokémon Unite's 4th anniversary. Latios and Latias can both quickly fly to each other. A new type of battle, Electrode Volleyball, will be available after this broadcast ends.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega Evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Hold on.
Welcome back to Malaysia Premier Ball League 2025-2026. Aaron Minjit, Ong Yarong, where have you been if you're not here? Because we've had quite a marathon so
Yeah.
far. From top 128 to 64, 32, 16, and now
The
the
top
top
eight.
8. One more win and players walk home with a beautiful Mewtwo trophy
Yeah.
and a beautiful Mewtwo promo card.
Yeah.
And then they're one win away from...
World's Invite.
Oh yeah, World's Invite. So that's what we all here for, to get invited to Worlds.
Yeah.
Not us, obviously, but the players who are already
Yeah.
setting up. We'll pan over to there very soon, I
Very
should say.
soon, very soon.
We'll-
I think players are setting up right now.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we do have pretty interesting matchup coming up right now. We do have, again, Jason Wee.
He's back.
He's back with his Golden Go and
Stuff.
and stuff.
And stuff, yep.
Golden Go and stuff against a Dragapult Dusknoir.
Okay.
Which I think is a rather equal matchup.
Okay.
The matchup can go both ways. I think if the Golden Go runs hot, it's a bit hard for Dragapult Dusknoir to respond, but there's always a counter catcher, Iono, jamming
Yes.
tower play. That is such a strong combo going into play against Golden Go, but I believe Jason has the right tech cuts to
Right.
go against this deck.
Right.
I've seen his list.
Yeah.
Very interesting. You know, Jason always cook up a storm when he comes into these local tournaments. The last Master Ball Premier Ball League, he came
Yep.
with Charizard with Toadscruel and Mew EX. I mean, nobody has seen that before. And this time around, he's bringing a very weird, people would say, weird Golden Goal list. So I think it could go both ways. The Dragapult Dusknoir player also would have a lot of chances.
Yep.
Because, you know, Ichiban is a thing. Badu, it's
Well,
such a strong card, right? I mean,
yes.
yes, you are hitting into Golden Go for no damage, but Golden Go relies on these items. Buddy Poffin, Nest Balls, Ultra Ball. I mean, they play only one Ultra Ball, but
Obviously,
like, to get these Pokemon and their basics, the gimme goals to set up, right? So we just see. Depends on how each player draws their first 7 hand.
Let's see.
And-
Let's see.
Yeah,
and,
let's
and I
see.
should say,
I-
though,
I can't wait.
I can't wait for this match.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have Jason again back on stream. Hopefully, we don't get another donk because, he gave us a way too long lunch break. Gave you guys a long break as well.
lunch
It was
break,
a huge wait for everybody, obviously, after that match ended in like 2 minutes. But hopefully, we get to see a little bit of his Golden Go deck with a little bit of extra spice. I think it's also important to talk about Dragapult Dusknoir. That was the deck that essentially won our Master Ball League.
Yes.
Yep. So it is a deck
By
that
Ashen, correct?
By Ashen, exactly. So Ashen did win Master Ball League Malaysia back in I think it was May and
May.
May, yep. And it was one of the most represented decks on our top 128. So I think overall we want to see a good match. Hopefully we get to see a long match that put on a good show for those of you at home. If you're joining us, do share the stream to your friends and family. We would like to get you into the Pokemon TCG in the best way possible. And there you see Chia Wenbin on the left there with Dragapult Dusknoir up against Jason Wee, sporting the Anaheim Worlds jersey.
Yeah.
With Goldango, his own version of Goldango. We see Jason Wee going first, and he's going to be hoping for at least a Body by Poffin, which I don't see yet at this point. So here we go. Open up a Genesect in the active. That's not nice, and it was okay. So Chia Wenbin did draw for a mulligan there, so Jason will start us off.
Just a question for you, Aaron. What do you think is one of the key cards for either players to win this matchup? What do you think could be a game changer?
Well, the first thing that I would say for the Goldango deck is not to prize your ace spec, right? I think that is the number one card that you always look out for. The little pink border at the side when you search your deck, you want to see it there. Of course, we get to see prize cams, but these players have to double check. Thankfully, we do see the Energy Search Pro for Jason. That is going to be key card in these opening stages. For Chia Wenbin, though, I think he'd like to see some Buddy by Poffins turn 1. Jason obviously not seeing that. He's going into an Ultra Ball, discarding an Energy and an Arven. So this would be the perfect hand for Jason if he had gone second, though. But in any case here, Ultra Ball getting him the one Gimme Ghoul for the bench. Not ideal to start the Genesect inactive, but we do know these Goldango decks like to play Air Balloons. I'm not sure if it does play Air Balloon, though, actually, to be fair. But if it does play Air Balloon, I think that's a perfect target for him. He has one in the hand.
Yeah, I believe Jason plays about 2 to 3 Air Balloons at this point.
That makes sense. And just retreating into the Gimme Ghoul, knowing that Wenbin will not have a turn 1 knockout on this Gimme Ghoul is clutch. And we now see Wenbin eyeing up an Ultra Ball with a Pheasant Deputy in the active. An Ultra Ball here might be a painful one. Discarding a Dracloak. Trying to hang on to that Psychic Energy in hand.
But I just want to add that I think one of the most pivotal cards on the side of Dragapult will be the Rare Candy.
Okay.
I think
they play Rare Candy. That's interesting.
2 Rare Candies. I mean, most people, they have opted not to play the Rare Candies.
Yes.
And then during Frankfurt Regionals, Todd Recklef,
some guy named Todd Recklef,
the legend himself, played a list with 4 Rare Candies. Alright. In hopes of, going to have the explosive turn. Candy Dusknoir, Candy Dragapult, and go with the attack. So,
yes,
I believe Wenbin might be looking towards that play, but I think the chances of him raw drawing into the Rare Candy would be not that high. Considering that's a lot amount of cards, but it really depends on how many Dracloaks he gets to set up on going second.
Indeed, and I think at this point here, we also have to know that it's only 2 Rare Candies, right? So not the same explosiveness that Tord would have had. So for Wenbin now, it's taking a bit of some time here to grab the Dreepy. So we do see at least one basic Pokemon land on the bench. Again, no Buddy Poffin for either of these players. It's a PBL Malaysia 2025 running joke here that you don't see the Buddy Poffin turn 1 anymore. Shout out to Jason Wee for that one. So let's see another search here for Chia Wenbin. I believe that's a second Ultra Ball. So discarding a lot of resources going into the Latias EX Skyliner ability that giving basic Pokemon free retreat. So most likely trying to get the Pheasant Deputy out of the active. Does Wenbin have a Badoo though? That might be a clutch card.
I'm not too sure, but I think he does have an Iono to work with.
So hoping for the Buddy by Poffin into the Badoo. Jason shuffling vigorously there.
I think Jason will have a chance to maybe, draw into more Gimme Goals this turn.
Oh, there's a Buddy by Poffin.
That could be a chance.
There you go.
But you do see a Buddy Poffin coming up from Wenbin.
Oh boy, this is going to be huge here.
Really
for
good
Wenbin.
draws coming up from him, but we do see Jason with a Goldango in hand, but he does have the Metal Energy.
Okay, that is perfect.
To have the attachment, but
No
Yeah.
items as well. So for Jason Wee, this is a hand that you could just say, hey, you know
pretty
what?
good.
Just
Pretty
research
good.
this hand
Yeah.
away, right?
If he draws into another energy, he could go for the boss play as well. So
That is right.
It really depends on how Jason draws into his top deck. The 3 cards that he draws next turn, which is
Indeed.
the top deck plus con bonus, drawing 2 more extra cards. But we do see a
Ichipolen.
Ichipolen.
Yep, not the stamped Ichipolen from PBL 2025, but Jason Wee here evolving into the Goldengo.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have the damage put back, please, Jason Wee.
We do see a second energy coming out from Jason.
There you go.
And we do see two very interesting cards in his hand right now, which is Snowy Mountain and
Calamitous
Rigid Bend.
Snowy
Calamitous
Mountain.
Snowy Mountain.
All right,
Sorry,
so-
that is quite a lot of syllables right there.
Yes,
and
yes.
also the Rigid Bend.
Okay.
Uh,
So Rigid Band is not that uncommon.
Yeah.
It's been played in
Yeah.
Goldengo decks. But Calamitous Snowy Mountain is interesting. Whenever a player attaches an energy card from the hand to a non-water basic Pokemon, put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon. Guess what? Jason runs Monkey Dory in this
Yeah.
list. So if he attaches a Darkness Energy to his own Monkey Dory, he gets the 2 damage counters that he could fling back with Adrenaline Brain. This is the concoction that Dr. Jason Wee has been talking about and working on since Worlds, and he's back here in top
Yeah.
8 trying to claim his Worlds invite for next season.
And Jason does see his first Buddy Poffin, but he cannot use
He
it
is under item lock. So
because under item lock.
Exactly.
So there's again you see a metallic signal calling out 2 Goldengo EXs, but I'm not sure what Jason will do. Jason, do you think do you think he wants to take a knockout of this Badoo? I think he wants to, correct?
I think in any case you will. But for
Yeah.
Jason here right now, the idea would be how can I get more gaming goals
Oh,
in
he
play?
does pass.
He's just passing here, and I think that's a bit unfortunate because it does mean that he will not. Hang on a second. I guess I know what he's doing. He's trying to play around the counter catcher play or something like that.
Yes, trying to play another counter catcher because
Yeah.
counter catcher jamming tower could spell disaster for him.
Yes, indeed. And then you essentially have Dragapult just
Exactly.
taking prizes around your Genesect in the active. So heads up play from Jason.
Yeah.
But for Winbin,
You do see the first Draco coming down.
you could activate the counter catcher anyway with a
Dusclops.
Dusclops or Dusknoir. So not too bad here for
Yeah.
Winbin. He does have his board pretty much set up. Jason having to do a lot here if he wants to get back into the game with multiple Goldengos. Having just one there isn't the best, obviously. We see a nice stretcher here played for Winbin. Another Draclo, the one that was discarded on turn 1, coming back right away with that night stretcher. Another Recon Directive, seeing double research.
Research and Hilda. If I'm not
Research
wrong.
and Hilda. Okay, so Hilda
I'm
there
not
might
wrong.
be interesting to
I
grab.
think Hilda could be pretty good
Legacy
here.
energy. The new upper
Yeah.
energy. Yep. Oh, what do you? Okay, so I was about to ask you what do you pick here when he just went straight for the Hilda. So
Yeah, but I think at this point you just want a more stable setup. You have 2 Dracloaks, you have Badoo, you have 1 Dustops in play. You could potentially take out this Goldengo next turn with Curse Blast onto the Goldengo EX plus a Dragapult Phantom Dive into
yep.
200, so that'll be
That makes
260. But yeah, we need to see how Winbin draws into next turn. But
So
we do
he's-
see a Hilda.
Is getting ready with that
Yeah, for
Dragapult,
Neo Upper-
Hilda for Dragapult and
Neo
Neo
Upper.
Upper Energy. So he will have access to those 2 on next turn. His Dracos will only just evolve this turn, so no Dragapult yet
Yeah.
at this point.
I do see a
Just
Ichipolen again.
no damage.
And
Double
this-
Buddy Puffin for
Puffin.
Jason. This is not the time you want to draw your Buddy
Yeah.
Puffins. This is not the time.
I'm sure Jason is feeling a little bit frustrated right now.
I think so.
But yeah, I think Jason just wants to look to maybe getting two gimme goals out. Right
Well,
instead.
I think at this stage here,
he has
Jason
to.
would be
He has to.
would be going for an Iono
Yeah.
or some of the players to at least
He
draw
used
into
his
the
only
basics.
Iono already.
There's still one more in the hand, I believe. Or it might be an Arvin, I'm not too sure. Arvin
Yeah.
doesn't help here.
Yeah, he only plays one Iono.
Oh,
Yeah, so it could be pretty tough. I think.
Okay.
I don't think Jason will have the luxury to have double Iono in his hand. So it all comes down to this coin bonus.
And you see
Another Buddy Poffin.
Oh boy, that is
Yeah, I do see an Arvin.
cruel. That is cruel for
it is
Jason.
very, very cruel.
Ah boy, and Arvin here would grab an item and a tool card, but what do you even grab? there's nothing here that actually makes sense here for Jason Wee. No basics. And yes, as you say, this puts Wenbin in a very strong position to just attach energy, attach new up energy.
Yeah, and just go for the knockout,
go for the
right?
Curse Blast and the knockout.
But we do see a Rigid Band coming down. So
that might be clutch there.
that might be clutch. So now Wenbin, he does have the Ultra Ball in hand.
Okay.
So he could grab out the Dusknoir,
Uh-huh.
go for a Curse Blast, but for 130 damage.
Yep.
So Rigid Band would only reduce Dragon Pulse
30.
Phantom Dive to 170 damage.
It's going to be a knockout.
So it can be a comfort
Yeah.
knockout if Wenbin does draw into the Dusknoir.
Yep, and
So-
without the Wenbin's turn, Recon Directive first, seeing Counter Catcher and something else. I
See
couldn't
a
see what was that. Iono. I think Wenbin is in pole position here right now. Dragapult, another Dragapult with
I don't
a
see
research.
Dragapult anymore.
I mean, you could just grab one more for the second one. It doesn't matter at this point. But the game is very quickly spiraling out of control here for Jason Wee. He's going to go down 2 prize cards when he loses this Golden Go. But the saving grace, maybe the fact that he's able to play Buddy Puffin next turn.
Yeah.
Now, Neo Upper Energy onto the Dracloak, evolving into that Dragapult EX.
And potentially
another
Ultra
one.
Balling into our Dusknoir again.
Oh boy, yes.
Dusknoir, and I think Wenbin may want to play the Iono right here.
To draw 6, right?
To draw 6 and also shuffle all of Jason's cards down there.
Oh, all the
Down
Gold
into the
Dingos
deck
as
again.
well.
Yeah,
all the
Golden
Buddy
Go,
Puffins.
all the Puffins.
Oh no,
going
he goes
down.
for the research.
He goes for a research.
Okay, so goes for the research. He did not play the Ultra Ball because I think he was down to just 3 cards. Would Wenbin have enough there? That was a gamble there by Wenbin.
Yeah.
I don't see the Dusknoir.
I'm not sure why Wenbin did not try. Maybe he has price check. We have not seen the price cam.
There we have not seen a price cam, you're right.
So Dusknoir might have been priced.
Okay, and it
And
was.
Dusknoir is priced.
It was priced. Hits up play
Yeah.
there. He just runs the 1, if I'm not mistaken.
A double jamming tower,
That's true.
which could be huge for Jason.
Oh, hang on a second. Oh, for Jason, he also has the baby Goldengo right at the top there, and 1 Gimme Gold prize as well. Not great prizes for either players, but Wenbin will be kicking himself now because not having that Dusknoir is
Very good
essentially
heads-up play coming up from Jason.
It is,
actually.
it is, yes.
So I think
just
an Ichipollen. And that's another Gimme Gold.
Oh, there you go. Jason Wee snap places it onto the bench, but that's it. I don't see any other play
I
here.
think it comes down to this again.
Another
coin bonus. And you see
for a Turo.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, he could Turo back the Goldengo EX inactive, but that would just lose the Richard Band. So he might want to just keep it there. Just
Yeah.
pass his turn. Heads up play by Jason. You see the experience here from one of Malaysia's
Best players, I would
best
say.
players
Best
right now.
players.
Multi-time world's competitor.
For the
And
duration that he has played, for about 2 years, and he has earned
He's earned 2 invites.
yes, 2 invites
And multiple top placements in PBLs,
and
MBLs.
MBLs. So really, just I think Wenbin might have been nervous coming to this matchup.
I mean,
if I was Wenbin, I would be nervous, but I wouldn't know. I think Wenbin is holding himself really well right now.
Yes. Well, I mean, no misplays from Wenbin,
Yeah, no
obviously.
misplays.
Just very bad prizes. We now see potential Curse Blast going on to the
Ooh.
active. So,
So I think just wanting to activate
Counter Catcher maybe?
Counter Catcher
Yeah.
maybe?
Oh, it just passes again. Oh, just Ichipollen. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on.
Maybe-
Oh, no. I think maybe Jason just.
Wenbin's deck is also very thin right now.
You're
so
right.
I'm not sure what.
Well, Jason's hand is really thick
Yeah.
at this point with all those items he can't
Probably
play.
thicker than Wenbin's deck actually.
Oh,
so you
Wenbin-
see a second Duskal coming
Okay,
down.
so Wenbin is going for the double Curse Blast
yeah.
play to knock out the 1 Goldengo in the active.
I do
perhaps.
note that Counter Catcher is currently active. So I don't know. Wenbin may want to go for a Phantom Dive on the
Gimme Gold. There you go. So
and
we will
place
see it.
more damage counters
Oh,
onto...
and Iono as well.
Yeah.
There goes all the Buddy Puffins. So Jason, we will lose all the cards he's been holding for a while into the deck, the bottom of the deck, I should say. He'll be hoping for more Buddy Puffin, but this also puts Wenbin in a very good position to get the Goldengo knocked out as well with Phantom
Yeah.
Dive next turn. So here comes the knockout Phantom Dive, putting 6 damage counters on anywhere on Jason Wee's bench. 4 of those go onto the Goldengo and 2 onto the Genesect. Another Gimme Gold here from Jason.
So we
using
could
Metallic Signal to grab out those Goldingos again for, I think, the
we
up team
see
time.
another Gimigo coming down.
What do you think then for Jason Wee, right? Does he want to just bench as many Gimigos here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
he needs at least 2 Gimigos to play
Okay.
the game. I think if he's in 2 Gimigos right now, he is
And that's what happens.
quite primed to win the game. But again, I think a Turo onto his Genesect is probably needed.
Oh, he
For
actually
sure.
gets the other Gimigo from the prize cards earlier. So now all 3 Gimigos are on the bench. We're
And-
tied at 5-5.
And
but
even drawing into a Monkey Dory can be pretty good right now.
that's true.
Removing the 30 damage from the Goldego in the active, I think that would make Wenbin work harder for the knockout.
Oh, but then again, he's already used coin bonus, so no draws.
Yeah.
And it's just a make it
50
rain for
damage.
50. I like the play from Jason here. He's
Yeah.
essentially saying, you know what, go ahead, take a knockout on this Golden Go. I have stuff ready. And the stuff is 3 Golden Go EXs ready to come out to play
Exactly.
next turn. So over to Wenbin here, what do you think he's going to look for at this point?
Potentially just I don't think he wants to Dusclops.
Okay.
Because Dusclops would enable Jason into just 2 knockouts away
is
from
true.
winning the game, which is not really good at this point. So I think I'm not sure. It's quite a tough decision to come out from Wenbin on what he wants to do, but he's definitely taking his time right here, right now. I think he definitely wants to Iono Jason.
Definitely. I think
Yeah.
Iono is the play. If you're not looking for anything specific for Wenbin, the idea here, of course, is that you want to price map as best as possible.
Yeah.
Potentially, you do want to prevent another Golden Go if you can
Yeah.
help it. I think Wenbin would sniff out the fact that next turn it's going to be 3 Golden Go EXs coming
Yeah.
down, thanks to that Metallic Signal, of course. But if you want to take out an additional Gimighoul alongside the Golden Go EX, you are going to have to pop that Dusclops.
Yeah, and I think that is not really a good play, but
Yeah.
considering Jason's position right now, he is actually not that pressured as well. Jason just runs a pretty spicy list with Picnic Basket.
Yes.
I think that will be a game changer because Dragapult tends to ping all these damages and for the knockouts.
Well,
But
I mean,
that's it for the future.
And
So-
I think that's the thing I wanted to mention about. If you're going to be playing Picnic Basket, you want to just keep the damage off the board and take knockouts. And that's what Wenbin just did. He's going after the Gimighoul on the bench. He's going to be taking a knockout.
Yeah.
And
And the Jamming Tower.
And I know. So there you go. Jason Wee now down to 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And Wenbin will get 5. But he will go down to 2 prize cards remaining with 7 minutes and a half on
we
the
do
clock.
see the Picnic Basket.
Oh, it's gonna be so clutch if Wenbin decides not to go for it, but I think he will. He will. So, well, at this stage though, you can't fault Jason for just trying to play out,
Yeah.
but it's gonna be just 2 Gimighouls and a Genesect EX left after this next Phantom Dive. We also see a flying entry here from Olucha, adding more damage to the field. 10 damage here, 10 damage there. Well, basically 2 bench Pokemon will be placed with 1 damage counters each, and we will see a Phantom Dive for sure, taking a knockout on the active Golden Go EX, taking a knockout on the Gimighoul EX as well.
So there's 60 on-
Yes, and putting 1 more Gimighoul at
Yeah.
just 10 HP left. So,
I think Jason could really just capitalize on this if he draws the right cards.
if he draws the right cards, and
I think Jason is still on a comfortable spot to win the game.
but
But
the only issue here right now is that even if, well, okay, I think this is the part where it's interesting, right?
Yeah.
If Wenbin sniffed out the fact that Jason plays
Peanut Basket.
Peanut Basket, he would have put all damage counters onto the Genesect.
Yes.
Because in this turn here, Jason cannot attack as well as Prime and Monkey Dory.
Yes.
So I think that is a heads up, not really heads up, but that's a clutch decision point here by Wenbin, trying to chase after the prize cards on the Golden Go, but that just means that Jason will be able to wipe clean most of his damage from the field.
Yeah.
30 off from the active Golden Go EX, and then another 20 as well from the bench Genesect EX. Genesect V. Sorry.
But Jason really has to draw into an Arven maybe. An Arven would guarantee the Energy Surge Pro, and then he would be on the same price trade
Okay.
as Wenbin, alongside with Picnic Basket.
Right.
Jason Wood is a prime position to win the
Okay.
game.
He goes for the coin bonus. What's he draw? It's an energy. That's not what he needs though.
Yeah,
All right. So Picnic Basket buys him a turn.
yeah, it buys him a turn. So I think,
Yep. We also have to remove the damage from the Dragapult.
yeah, I think he's going for
If it matters.
Yeah. So remove damage from the Dragapult.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 100 should have been 130, 120, 120 on the Dragapult EX.
Yep. We will get that fixed. I think with the judges.
Yeah, we do see our first rare candy coming out from the Recon Directive, but at this point, Wobit doesn't need it. He has popped all his Duskulls and his
Yes,
Duskulls.
indeed. And there's nothing else you'll pop here at this point. Yeah. But it's so clutch here for Wenbin that Jason could not take a return knockout.
Yeah.
It's-
Jason has been like, I don't know, it's like bad luck is on his
He's
side.
been playing from behind
Yeah,
all
he's
the
been
while.
playing from behind all this while. Yeah, we just see a Phantom Dive coming out and pinging 60. It is Jason's last turn, unless he can deny the price.
Yes.
But it is pretty tough. It is pretty
I mean,
tough.
does he run a second Picnic Basket?
I don't think so.
Alrighty. So I
Yeah.
think this is probably on the last legs here for
Yeah.
Jason. Yeah, I think the players is making sure that the numbers make
230,
sense.
correct.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so alright, there was a
There is a
earthen vessel, so not too bad. So we do see an earthen vessel here from Jason, grabbing a couple of energies from the deck. I do think that the 30 earlier that was on the Dragapult would not be significant, so I don't think that's a crazy
Yeah.
thing. You still need, I would say, 4 energies anyway to take a knockout.
That's true.
So Jason here getting 2. The question is, how would he remain in this game if that active Golden Go EX is still going to be there, assuming, of course, that Wenbin has everything he needs for the closing out the game. So, is he another coin
So
bonus
Jason
here?
only has one tour to work with. And
Exactly. One tour to work with. We do see the energy search, super energy retrieval, I should say. The Turo there is going to help him buy a turn with the active Golden Go, but it's not going to help him buy a turn with the bench Golden
Yeah.
Go. This is rough. Another coin bonus. Drawing the card here. That's
Boss's
a boss.
orders.
That's not going to help him at this stage.
Yeah.
He has to do it. He has to use Turo. But that just means that he will be attacking with in a really damaged Golden Go EX.
It's not really ideal. His draws were, I think
He
Max
was
could
drawing the
just-
body weight Poffins at the wrong time.
Yeah, at the wrong time, definitely.
so-
he did it turn 1 and he didn't manage to
2
get
turns too late by that point. So
Yeah.
Jason now contemplating, but I'm very sure it will be the Professor Turo scenario to pick up that damage Golden Go EX in the active. And there you see it.
There you see it.
Retrieving, and it's just gonna buy a turn, it looks like. I like this play from Jason, knowing that, hey, you know what, I know you have that the potential for another Phantom Dive, so I'm just gonna pass and
So
hope
do
you
see
can do
the
it.
top deck
There's
for the
boss.
boss's orders.
There it is. Xia Wen Bin
Bin.
takes down Jason Wee here in top 8.
And advances into top 4, securing his Mewtwo.
Yes, indeed.
Premier Ball League promo
Oh,
for
boy.
now. And one step closer to his World's invite.
Indeed, and I think here the judges are just doing a quick call on everything, but it should be game set match at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything else, but I think let them clarify as they need to. But wow, it's a rough game.
Yeah, it is a rough game. I think
for Jason, not having access to multiple coin bonuses early, no buddy by Poffin until turn 3, but you're under item lock, and we didn't get to see the cool tech of
Calamitous Stony Mountain.
Stony Mountain
But we
with Monkey
did
Dory.
see the Picnic Basket and the
Yes, we
Legend
did.
Band,
Yes,
which made it really hard. I think quite hard on Wenbin. I mean,
yeah.
it's just that Jason couldn't play the game with item lock.
It's rather unfortunate, obviously,
Yeah, it
that
is.
item lock just locks you out all the cards you have in your
Yeah.
hand. If you had it one turn earlier, though, it would have been a completely different
Yeah,
game.
it'd been
But congratulations to Wenbin, who will be progressing
played.
with Dragon Bolt Dusknoir, the deck that won MBL,
Yeah.
Master Ball League here in Malaysia, now into top 4. Will he be able to go the route of Ashen and clinch title?
Maybe.
We shall see.
Maybe we shall see. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm really
excited as well. So
honestly.
we only had like a couple of minutes left on the clock when the game was completed. So it'll be a very quick turnaround into top 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be we'll be back very, very soon.
Very, very
See you
soon.
in a bit.
Will you battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Learn card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Latios and Latias join the fray to commemorate Pokémon Unite's 4th anniversary. Latios and Latias can both quickly fly to each other. A new type of battle, Electrode Volleyball, will be available after this broadcast ends.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Will you battle Team Rocket? Or join them in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Play now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Welcome back to Premier Ball League Malaysia 2025-2026. My name is Aaron Minjut. This is Ong Yarong. We're
Hi.
back with top 4.
Oh,
If you've been with us all through the day, thank you so much for your support. And if not, where have you been? Because we've been
Yeah.
having awesome matches all through the day. And now we're in top 4. A win here would bring players to a World's invite. And there you see the top 4 here. Gan Pi Wei Jun up against Lim Kim Yi on the left, and Edmund Pang Chun Hua and against Chia Wen Bin on the right. And they will be our feature match in top 4.
So just want to talk about the matchups that have taken down. I think
Okay.
Gan Pi Wei Jun took down the Jotik box.
All right.
Wen Bin took down Golden Go.
So what are you saying? Are you saying they're playing the same decks?
No, but just wanted to highlight
Okay.
that I think what's the other player's name again? Wen Bin's opponent also took down a Gardevoir.
Okay.
So Edmund took
yeah.
down a Gardevoir.
Yeah.
So which is considered quite a bad matchup for Dragapult EX solely
We
because of
didn't
this.
reveal the fact that they were playing Dragapult yet, but now you have.
Oh, so sorry.
So, yes, we will have a Dragapult Dusknoir mirror match here in top 4. Just like a couple rounds ago, we had a Gardevoir EX mirror match. Now we get to see the Dragon with the Ghost mirror
Yeah.
match. And it's quite a technical matchup. I should say, Yarong, share with me what you think about the current setup or the current matchup between Dragapult and
The
Dusknoir.
Dragapult mirror?
Yeah, the mirror, yes.
I think it's very key on when the players decides to break the Purdue lock.
Okay.
And looking at both their lists, I think Edmund might have a slight edge going to the mirror.
Okay.
He does run 1 copy of Brox, which
Ooh.
enables you to find 2 basic Pokemon, which is it's like a Puffin, but
Yep.
it's in the form of supporter, so you are guaranteed that you can use it. So yeah, I'm just pretty excited to see also another matchup, right? Like the Guardian matchup, a showcase of skill. I think the timing of you breaking the Purdue lock is very, very game changing.
All right.
You know, it's either you need to bot wipe all his outs, or you are making a mistake.
Okay.
So it could turn the tides around once you break the Purdue lock.
Right, and
Because
I think it's also about it's a setup game essentially.
Yeah.
Right? Who can set up under item lock
Yeah.
the best? And yes, Brock scouting there, a card we have not seen yet on stream. I would think.
Yeah.
Quite key here. Essentially, it's a buddy Puffin that you can play under item lock. It's a supporter. It also has the added benefit of being able to search for an evolution card. So, assume that we're few turns deep into an Ichipolan Fiesta.
Yeah.
How would you search out your evolutions? Brock scouting.
Brock
that might
scouting,
be helpful
indeed.
there, right?
Yeah.
So I think the players are setting up very quickly here. We are almost at the tail end of today's event. If you are anywhere within the Pavilion Bukit Jalil Mall, come up to the convention center. There's still events going on, still side events to play. Yeah. Exhibition center, convention center, thank you. The key thing then for us is that we are going to crown a Premier Ball League champion very, very soon. Just two more rounds to go. Top 4 and then the finals. So, we shall see.
Who do you have taking away Premier Ball League?
Well, between these two here on Dragapult Dasnor, Edmund Pang and Chia Wen Bin, there is essentially just 2 other decks. But before that, let's take a look at all the double candy prize for Chia Wen Bin. No aggression from him, at least in the early rounds.
But it is still a Badu matchup. So I think in the mirror...
It starts Badu right away.
Yeah,
so
in the mirror, Candy is always quite a dead card, to be very honest. Because, again, once someone breaks the Badu lock, it has to be very heavy on the board.
And sorry to bug you there, but Chia Wen Bin just benched the Dreepy and passed.
I do see a Buddy Puffin coming out from Edmund.
And I'm sure this is going to be Dreepy plus Badu, or maybe Badu plus Duskull here.
Yeah.
I did want to actually complete what I was thinking just now. We did have the other matchup also updated for us. It is a Gardevoir versus Raging Bolt matchup in the other top 4.
Yeah.
My money there is on Gardevoir.
Me too.
But then again, let's just focus on this game for now and see where it turns out. Edmund here doing a quick deck search. He has access to Buddy Puffin, not Wen Bin.
Yeah.
And looking through the deck, it doesn't
And
seem like
also-
anything's major prize. I think there's only one Dragapult EX prize.
Yeah, one energy prize, which isn't that game changing, but
No,
you know,
you're right.
maybe towards later on in the game, or when Edmund is essentially on the down here. He has only 6 energies to work with. You know,
Right.
1 less energy could mean a lot to a Dragapult Dusknoir deck.
That's true.
Because you really, really value your energy attachments. Also, just want to point out that Wen Bin, I think, only runs 6 energies in his list.
Okay.
Compared to the usual 7. So, you know, getting energy for Wen Bin is also on the lower end. The chances of him drawing into it. So
Well, the key question now is, does Edmund have an energy in hand right now to
But he
retreat the
does.
Dreepy?
He does have an Ultra Ball.
Okay,
Oh, he does.
The
yes.
psychic energy there to retreat the Dreepy into the Badu. And now we begin Itchy Pollen for days.
Yeah.
Itchy Pollen
But
there.
I would argue to use the Ultra Ball right now.
But no, it goes into the balls as
Yeah.
well. So balls have the Dreepy and not bad.
I think that's a pretty good
It's
play.
an interesting play. So
That's a
it's
pretty good
forcing
play.
Wen Bin here to have something, have a retreat in order to do Ichipolan as well. Edmund trying to preserve the Ultra Ball, potentially to grab a, but in this scenario, probably a Dusclops to knock out the only Dreepy in play. So Wen Bin has an opportunity here to either play an Iono or to play a Research. I think you got Iono here. There's way too much to discard.
Too
at
many
least so early.
resources.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, you just see multiple night stretches, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, so yeah. I think
Three night stretches?
two night stretches and a counter catcher. So yes, likely an Iono. Wen Bin, of course, was on our previous feature match, taking down Jason Wee in a pretty, I won't say nail biter, but it was close
Pretty
at one point,
one-sided,
but it was
yeah,
one-sided,
pretty one-sided
because
match.
of how things developed. At one point, it seemed like Jason had found his way to stay stabilized, but Wen Bin was able to claw his way into top 4. Now, there is a recon directive here for Wen Bin. At least there is some card draw that he'll be able to have.
See a boss and a jamming tower. Not really something that you want to see.
Yeah,
I think he's just going for Iono right now, just conserving his resources.
Yes.
And, Edmund getting a fresh 6. I think I wouldn't mind that being Edmund.
I wouldn't mind it at all. So
yeah.
What do you say earlier about Wenbin's deck? 6 energies, right?
Yes.
One of those 6 cards in his hand has to be one, else he will not have Itchy Pollen on his side of the field.
He does have a new upper.
New upper though.
It's not what you want to see.
To discard new upper right now, that would be criminal.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that.
But the saving grace.
There's a Dragapult.
There's a Dragapult. So he could actually get a knockout here if he commits the energy. But I think he's being extra careful, not knowing if Edmund can go into a new upper himself with help from a Hilda and potentially Rare Candy. Because we know for Edmund, his Rare Candies are in the deck.
Yeah, he's running 2 as well.
Yes.
So the chances of him drawing to it
could
be there.
Actually just passes. So no attacks here, trying to turn off the potential counter catcher play. But for Edmund now, do you have what you need to put Wenbin out of reach here for this top 4 game?
So we do see another Duskull, but nothing much to work with here. I think he's just gonna block scouting for a Dracloak.
Yep. So what do you think for Edmund? Go Dracloak, go slow.
Yeah.
Keep it calm and tight without having to need to overextend.
Yep.
We will likely see. Okay, so here comes the Brock scouting. Already eyeing up the Dracloak right off the bat, which is great.
But it could be pretty devastating as well if Wenbin does keep up the pressure. So if he manages to evolve into a Dragapult, boss out the Dracloak, and KO one Dracloak and one Duskull.
Right.
It could be pretty devastating.
Yes, of course. And he has that in hand already, right?
Yeah.
So in this scenario for Edmund, it doesn't seem like he's going to go aggressive, and that might come back to punish him later on.
That's
he will
true.
essentially give Wenbin a chance back into this game.
Exactly.
Oh, that's actually I didn't see what was picked up, but it's pretty much...
There's a Dragapult.
Okay, we do have a Dragapult, but do we have the Rare Candy?
Not really,
no.
but I think we do see the energy attachment going onto the Dracloak.
So he's taking it slow here.
Taking it slow. You have to take it slow right here.
Might be the I don't know. I feel like you have a chance here to go aggressive, but Wenbin already has the Dragapult EX in hand
and boss
and the boss as well.
Yeah.
So it will reset Edmund's board horribly. Oh, yeah, let's see here what happens. Okay, so Wenbin, I don't think Wenbin even used Recon Directive, did he?
He did.
Okay, he did. All right. I must have missed
He got it.
And there it is, the boss into the Dracloak with energy.
Yeah.
Taking a double knockout here for Wenbin, putting himself 2 prize to the good.
Edmund is under a lot of pressure right now. He needs to get his own new upper, his Rare Candy to set up.
You need double Rare Candy. You need double Rare Candy to deal with this Dragapult, and I don't think he has that. He has
pretty tough.
Yeah. I mean, without a Dracloak in play, you are 1 card draw short as well, typically.
Yeah, but he does have an Iono, which is not the worst.
Okay.
But yeah,
here comes the next stretcher to grab potentially a Dracloak. Yes. So Dracloak comes into play. No Dragapult this turn. That is not great there. Yes, you get the Recon Directive, but you're not going to put any pressure onto this Dragapult EX inactive. So for Wenbin, just so you know, he drew into both of his Rare Candies. So if he wants to turn the pressure on, he could. You can deal with this Dragapult EX, but Wenbin can say, you know what, I have a couple more waiting in the wings.
That's true.
By the way, Poffin, grabbing a Dreepy for Edmund. I just feel like, this is such a topsy-turvy game. Edmund had a good chance there if he went for the knockout onto the Dracloak that had the new upper, but he did not go for it. And it's just an Ion here for 6 for Edmund, 4 for Wenbin.
And we do see also
there's a Halucha. So that Dreepy that's just been put back down onto the bench, that's gone next turn.
Yeah, nothing much on Edmund's side. Just maybe a Attach Luminous and pass. Do want to emphasize that none of these players are actually running the Monkey Dory anymore.
Oh, so no Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
That is interesting here from these players. Focusing on consistency, I should say. So no Luminous Energy.
No Monkey Dory. So, yeah, I mean, Monkey Dory does help in the mirror, but
it does.
It's a luxury to have it.
Yes.
Because, energy attachment is such a vital thing for Dragapults to keep on attacking.
You're going to fine tune your energy attachment,
Yeah.
your energy count as well
Exactly.
to fit it in. So, but I am 100% on Wenbin's side here in terms of how much of advantage he has. Well, Ichipolan is still up here for Edmund. He's going to try and slow the game down.
I wonder if he would draw into a boss. I think a boss here would be pretty devastating.
No, it's just a Hilda
Yeah.
or another Dracloak. So it's likely that Edmund did buy himself one turn here with that boss's order. Or I think it was a counter catcher, I can't recall. But for Wenbin here, he has an energy attachment. That's great. Night Stretcher and Iono as well. So potentially going for Iono perhaps. The Holucha is also there as an option for when he's able to get a knockout.
I don't think he wants to bench Holucha right now. But
No, not really. I mean, you could just go up 2 more prize cards and leave Edmund with a lone Dracloak and the Duskull.
Yeah.
But it's not ideal still. You still have to figure out a way to deal with the eventual Dragapult. But I fancy Wenbin's chances here, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about playing the Hilda this turn, honestly. I don't think you want to set up 2 Dragapults. You can get punished really heavily for that. Having 2 Dragapults in play, but
How do you get punished though? How do you get punished with 2 Dragapults in play?
Because
I'm curious.
You just die to Iono.
Right.
Yeah,
and
I
you have
think-
nothing left to draw.
And Iono will be so devastating because you just don't have any recon directives left on board. And most of the time, that's how this small micro plays matter a lot.
Right.
In this mirror especially.
Okay.
Especially having, when you are having a developed board of multiple Dracloaks, unless you are trying to, maybe your front Dragapult is damaged and you want to just protect the bench Dracloak, that's understandable.
Yep.
But
and now Wenbin here retreating into the Dragapult EX with
possibly taking
this turn, and he's going to take 2 prize cards here anyway. We now see Edmund with a very empty board, just a Dracloak and a Dreepy. I'm curious though, if I was Wenbin, would I have just gone for the Holucha play and potentially knock out the Dreepy?
That could be a play as well.
That could have been a play that you've done, limiting Edmund to just a single Dracloak. Evolve the Dracloak, you don't have Recon Directive. You leave the Dracloak as Recon Directive, you have no attacker. So maybe that could have been a play.
But you're also leaving the Duskull in the game.
That's fair.
He could Curse Blast and Iono him to 1, which he could not draw into anything. And if it is Iono to 1...
Iono to 2. Iono to 2 should be, because he is down to 2 prize cards, so he'll be
I mean,
under 2.
if the Curse Blast happens.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
You're
and then
right,
Iono to 1, and if Edmund doesn't choose to take any knockouts, he could just board wipe the next turn.
That is true.
Yeah.
So now we see here Edmund with the Night Stretcher, getting back the Psychic Energy, attaching to the active. We will see finally a Dragapult EX come down for Edmund. Here he is, the Phantom Dive attack, so devastating to set up decks. Surprisingly, Edmund will get the chance to draw a prize card here if he goes after the Badu. Not sure if he wants to do that.
Because you're enabling Pheasantipity, but I probably want
That's
to ping
true.
1 or 2 on that. And then pinging the rest on the Dracloak. So it really depends.
And setting up pretty much a 4 prize turn next turn if he wants to. And Iono here for Edmund being able to refill his hand a little bit. Recon Directive, adding
Second
another card.
Dracloak, a Pheasantipity. I'm not too sure if you want to have that.
No, I don't think so.
You just die to. I mean, you just get knocked out. You just lose the game to Holucha, boss's orders.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's. I don't think he took it. So, and it is also very, very game changing that he cannot bench any more Duskulls.
Yes, indeed. So for Edmund here now, going for the Phantom Dive, 200 damage onto this Dragapult EX, and I think he's contemplating taking a knockout. He does take the knockout, and then the rest of the damage counters on to the Drag Cloak.
Yeah.
So I don't actually. Do you know what? I like your play better here, Yarong, because not taking a knockout on the Budew, keeping it for later, would actually turn off Serendipity.
Yeah.
But now Winbin here has an option, even though with a low hand size from the Iono, he does get the second Dragapult EX and has the Professor's Research as well. So I think that's a great set of cards there to be Iono into
But
if you're Winbin.
you know, not having one energy attached to the Dragapult is also pretty painful in the sense where...
Oh, Serendipity hits the board though, so now digging for the energy. So Edmund's play earlier might be huge
Yeah.
if Winbin gets an energy card, and no.
There's no energy
No
here.
energy. So, this is going to be interesting now for Winbin. How do you commit
I don't
in this situation? You have to take some damage.
So tough. It's so tough.
Do you bench your Duskulls? I think you should
No, you don't.
in this scenario.
I don't think so.
Well, if you hit the Dragapult EX for 200, a Duskull on the bench would guarantee... Well, I would say double Duskull, not just one.
Yeah.
Double Duskulls is the play here. You need to have double
you need double
Duskulls,
Duskull.
and then you essentially give Edmund 3 prizes next turn, but you'll be able to take the final 2 with a Curse Blast.
Yep. So, I mean, you just need to see what Wenbin decides to do this turn. So, I think, like you said, double Duskull makes
Double
a lot
Duskull,
of sense.
yep.
Interesting thing about Dragapult, you can win the game by not using Dragapult at all.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, in the mirror especially, there'll be potentially 4 Curse Blasts going off.
Yeah.
And if that results you into maybe one of the opponents having 4 prizes, he could Curse Blast, and probably go into Ursa Luna.
That's true,
So-
yeah. The Ursaluna play is actually
Yeah.
something we saw at Master Ball League last
And
season.
It could be... Yeah, there's a lot of ways to win with this deck. So that's what makes this deck so strong.
It's so flexible.
Yeah, it's so
isn't it?
flexible, and you have high counts of Iono, you have Budew Lock, and you are seeing a lot of cards with Recall Directive, potentially 9 cards per turn, which is, drawing for turn and 4 Recall Directives. So very, very strong, but we do see...
That's the
Ultra
Ursaluna.
Ball.
So you talk about
Yeah.
the Ursaluna just now. So Wenbin actually lining it up, potentially putting it to the hand, saying that, hey, if you go for a multi-pricer next turn, I'm going to power up this Ursaluna to close out the game, rather than go into the Dragcloak, or the Dragapult EX, I should say.
Yeah.
But no, going into the Latias for now, I don't mind this for Wenbin because he has the Serendipity already in play.
Yep. So it
And,
doesn't really matter anymore.
It doesn't
to have
matter as
another-
much.
Yeah.
But benching the Serendipity earlier does allow Edmund a 2-turn clock, essentially.
Yep.
With all things remaining equal, of course. So let's just see how this goes.
So, I mean, pretty tough for Wenbin to whiff the energy attachment.
Yeah, and now we see
the
damage
Dragapult.
already on Edmund's side of the field with that Phantom Dive.
Yeah.
Surprisingly enough, I still feel that Edmund is still in the game.
He is really still in the
With
game.
all the damage in play.
He needs to take only 2 prizes this turn.
Okay.
So that he doesn't unlock Ursa Luna 1 energy.
That is true.
Yeah.
So Recon Directive is used now for Edmund. Does he find what he needs? I didn't catch what that was, but there's energy in hand. The issue now is, can Wenbin close the game out by taking a knockout either on this Dragapult EX inactive or perhaps that Latias EX that just got benched? I think for Edmund it is a tough... He doesn't have many options, Edmund, I think.
Yeah.
He will attach an energy, I would suppose, and then Iono, hoping to keep Wenbin out of crucial cards. But with that Serendipity already in play, that is not going to be something that would be as effective, right? So, did Edmund replay his Legacy, New Up Energy? Sorry,
No, not
I don't
yet.
think so. So I think that's the
Yeah.
reason why he held it and he draws into it. This is huge. Being able to retreat the active Dragapult EX and put the one that is slightly
Exactly.
fresher.
Oh, that's
would
Turo
actually,
as well.
And the Turo for next turn. So that is actually quite key. Being able to remove damage from his field and saying, Wenbin, if you have the boss, it's yours. Is that a boss?
It is a boss.
It's a boss.
But
That's it. But no, not yet. Not yet. There's no energy.
Not yet.
Oh, for Wenbin, so close to not have it.
Because he doesn't have any Duskull in play.
Yes,
so
the double Duskull play.
Exactly. And Edmund also being very smart about it, not unlocking himself, not making himself susceptible to a Blood Moon Soluna play. So I think the ball's in Edmund's court right now.
It is.
Considering how Wenbin just with one energy attachment.
And you brought it up. You brought it up at the start of the game that Wenbin plays only 6 energy, and that is now coming in super clutch. Here in top 4. Oh boy. Oh, Wenbin just goes with the Dreepy inactive. Draws into a Dragapult. Here comes the Pheasantipity. Flip the script. What he gets? Oh, just say Duskull, an Energy, and a Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher will get him a Dracloak though, so potentially to be able to see more cards. But I don't think that's going to help.
I think Edmund has already checkmated him.
I think so.
Yeah.
If you think about it, right? That basically for the next 3 prizes, going after the Pheasantipity on the bench with Phantom Dive, and then another 60 damage on a Dreepy or Dracloak, whichever it is, Edmund will be going to the finals.
And there's no disruption coming out from Wenbin.
There's no disruption.
It would have been key. So if a counter catcher can be played. So
yes,
it is really tough. I think Wenbin is just contemplating really hard on like what his best plays are right now.
And it all boils down to that one energy attachment.
It all boils down to that one energy attachment.
Is that with essentially giving Edmund the victory here and a world's invite. You see him just leaning back and say, you know what, if you have it, you have it. But if you don't, I think my next turn will be game changing and game winning. So
I think I mean we have seen this happen as well. Right in the West. Sorry to bring up the West so often, but
I mean tournaments in the US, in North America, and in Europe have been played in this format. So
So I think during the finals, I just want to highlight this issue on having little energies. Todd Radcliffe needed that one new upper or that energy attachment,
right?
And he whiffed the energy attachment for 2 turns because he also played 6 energies only in his list. So. I'm not sure how this would affect maybe future tournaments, but he did make it to the final though. But like, I'm not sure how it will affect the future deck building of Dragapult Dusknoir. But I know with the new set coming out, I think Dragapult Dusknoir is going to be even more stronger. Being able to cut the research for Lily's determination.
Oh yes, I think so.
I think that would really boost because So
so now
just can't wait.
I definitely can't wait to see how it functions in Mega Evolution format.
Let's just see
what
Drake decides to do.
And just
nothing much.
No, just nothing doing. That's a nest ball from the Recon Directive. But
if Edmund,
hang on, there's an energy though. So
but Blood Moon still cannot be used.
No Blood Moon. But I'm just thinking if there's any way for women to get off an attack here, but it doesn't seem like it. He does have a boss, so he could drag up the other
with 1 energy.
Yeah, with the other Dragapult, and then potentially just leave it there. There is a possibility for Wenbin to retreat into the Ursaluna anyway.
That's true as well. Yeah, but
it's the only Pokemon that you'd want in the active at this point.
Yeah, that's not.
Or maybe
it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. It's really tough. I think.
The double Duskull play would have been... I think it would have mattered here, but... Oh well.
So, I think... again, there's so many outs on winning this game. There's so many lines that you can take. This is what sets... Micro decisions like this are what sets apart great players from good players.
Yes.
So,
or I would say just 1 card off from being able to mount a successful attack.
Exactly.
Here.
So
it
is very clutch as well. Edmund, being aware of Ursaluna, being in the deck, taking only up to 3, going to 3 prizes only, so that he cannot, work out the attack. So
you're right. He could have gone for it, but
I think it's been such a fun mirror. Though.
And just a pass. Edmund here. Do you have it?
First, see a Buddy
Puffin, probably to thin the deck as much as possible. What's he looking for?
You want to bench? I think he can bench.
You're going for game. You're going for
Yeah.
game. You're trying to thin your deck as much as possible.
But I'm not sure you have to
Unfortunately-
bench another Badu. Yeah, I don't think you should bench another Badu.
No, but interestingly for Edmund here is that if you don't have the boss right now, you don't really have a lot of ways to draw cards. So
Yeah.
no Draclo, no Recon Directive.
Is that the boss in head? The second card.
Is that a boss? If it's a boss, it's game.
Could be a boss.
We will.
Oh, it's a Turo.
The Turo scenario. He will be able to, potentially heal off
Yeah.
the damage from the side of the field. That could be big as well. And then later, next turn, try to go for the double Drag Cloak into
Yeah.
the boss's order. So,
And he could also like
or even a counter catcher would work here as well.
pre-attach to the newly benched GP and then go for the Red Candy Dust Dragon Port next turn.
That is true. That is true. So
if I know doesn't come up. So yeah.
now let's see here. We also have to. I have to also admit that Wenbin didn't commit the energy last
Yeah.
turn. I would have liked to see it actually committed somewhere at the very least.
Yep.
Either the Ursaluna or even the Dragon Ball. Or it goes for the research.
And I think the right play would just to be passing this turn.
right.
from
Not
Edmund.
go down to a
But-
single prize card.
Counter catcher is still available.
Oh, that's right. Counter catcher though.
So
Does he get it?
I don't think he gets it.
He runs
If not, I think he
two-
would slam it down.
Yeah,
So
two counter catches in the deck, but
Yeah.
one was already played.
yeah. So no counter catchers coming out from Edmund. So I think he would just pass.
Yes.
Would be the right play. Not sure if he sees it. I think he sees it. Yeah.
Just pass
There
the
he
turn.
goes.
There
He
you go.
passes.
Top level play here from
Yeah.
Edmund.
Both players, I think, doing really well. I think playing
hang
really
on.
well.
I think he's still considering it.
Yeah.
Does he take a knockout or not? I wouldn't.
Oh.
Okay.
He takes a knockout and
Does that
there's the
mean-
writing on the wall.
That doesn't mean women gets it.
Yes, he does
That's
get it.
Oh my gosh. What a play there.
What a play.
Oh no. Edmund is so close. So
So
Wenbin
close.
books himself to the
Yeah.
finals with.
If he just passed.
It just passed. That was a huge misplay there for
Yeah.
Edmund.
But
Oh, commiserations to
Exactly.
him. He had that game. He had that
he
game.
had the game. He had the game. He played so well, going to the second last turn, taking only going into only 3 prizes, disabling the Blood Moon Salunas,
Yep.
Blood Moon attack. But at the end, I think he wants to just really wrap up the game. I think patience is also a very key thing
Yes.
when playing a Dragon Ball Dusknor. But alas, Wenbin got into the finals and secured his World's invite. So the first
Well.
one that we know that secured his World's invite, a guaranteed World's invite.
Yep.
So yeah, it's just see who gets more points at this point.
I should say though, I think women had no. I think for Edmund he had no choice.
Yeah.
Because time was running down. The players do know time is going to be called very
Exactly.
soon. If he did not take that prize card, he would have lost by default because Wenbin would have already be at 2 prize cards.
Right.
So
Correct.
he had no choice. So I don't think it was a misplay. I think it was just playing to time.
Yeah.
And therefore he played.
And playing to
his
the
best
time
outs.
rules that we have in
It
this
is.
region.
It is what it is. So
Yeah.
playing it as best you can with the constraints you have is
Yeah.
what makes you a great player. And I
Yep.
think for Wenbin, it just so happens that he saved that energy. So me
Yes.
saying he shouldn't have attached energy
Yeah.
was actually the wrong thing to
Yeah.
do. He saved the energy, knowing that
So he
if
was
a
trying
knockout,
to bait the knockout.
you bait the
Yeah,
knockout,
try to
right?
bait the
Knowing
knockout.
that, hey,
Yes.
you're on 3 prize cards, you need to take 1 more in order to force this game past time call,
That's
and
true.
therefore that's what it
Yeah.
is. And boom, look at this. What's this over here? Let's go straight
Ooh.
into what's going on.
We do have all the trophies
And prizes.
and prizes. So I just want to showcase the first thing.
Yeah,
Let's
let's go with the little buddy Badu.
the highly coveted Badu promo. I'm not sure if you can see. I'm going to reflect it to the light. You can see the really nice, what is it? It's Cosmo Holo?
Cosmo Holofoil, yep.
Cosmo Holofoil with the really nice Premier Ball League stamp right here. Yes, this little guy has been torturing the Pokemon community for the past few months.
So whoever picked this card as our Premier Ball League promo it's either you love him or you don't.
Yeah.
But I think
So-
it's a brilliant card
Yeah,
to
brilliant
be
card.
part of our
It's so
our
highly
circuit.
playable, correct?
It is.
Yeah.
Fun fact though, you couldn't put it right into your deck because it is a promo card. You had to put it somewhere else away from your deck if you played day 1 and day 2. So
Yeah.
let's move on to the next prize. If
next-
you made day 2.
Yeah, if you made day 2, you do get this pack of sleeves. I believe you've seen the graphic
Yep.
that our team has ever so professionally designed. I think it's
Yes.
great. I love the graphics.
It's on your
and
screen right now.
it's
The
on your
Mega
screen
Pokemon
right now,
and their
but
pre-evolved forms.
it's, come towards, done in the sleeve. So it's really nice. They do get this in if they make to top 128. And if they do win their first first round in day 2, they walk away with this really nice playmat featuring all the Mega Evolutions that's
And the
coming
pre-evolved
out.
form.
And the pre-evolved form.
Yep.
Yes. You got Mega Gengar, Mega Gardevoir, Lucario, Mega Lucario, and Charizard, and Mega Charizard X. So
Beautiful.
Beautiful playmat. I really like the colors this year. I think silver and red and
Yes.
white. It's a premium ball. It's a very premium ball feeling.
It's beautiful.
Correct?
It is beautiful. So before we go to what I think is the most anticipated card, we'd like to talk about the trophies we have here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just leave them here for you to admire. We have the same aesthetic on the trophies. You have the top 4 trophies, and you also have the finalist trophy, and of course you have the other way around. You also have the champion trophy right here. These are given out to the top 4 placements. So the players you saw on stream just now, they both have earned their trophy already. It's just which one you get. So when Min is going to go into the finals, he's going to try and get the finalist, the champion one. If not, he'll get the finalist if he loses.
Yeah.
And for our players who were eliminated in top 4, you get a top 4 trophy. But
kudos
that's
to them
not-
anyways.
kudos to
them,
everybody for
honestly.
making it this far.
Yeah.
However, there's one last prize.
Yeah, so if you make it to the top 4 of any major events, we call it, right? Premier
Yes.
Ball League,
Master Ball
Ball League, there's always been a promo.
Yes.
So last Premier Ball League, what did we get? If you
I
do
believe it was
remember?
Enzorok EX.
And Zora EX. No,
Yeah,
that's
don't-
for Master Ball League.
Oh, that's for Master Ball
We
League,
did
yeah.
get Terrapagos EX.
Terrapagos for Premier Ball, yeah,
Terrapagos EX for Premier Ball League.
You're putting me on the spot there with that. So,
So sorry.
it's all good.
And this time we do get latest main set, which is Destined Rivals, featuring the Team Rockets Mewtwo. So
Yes.
this time we do get a Team Rockets Mewtwo with the Premier Ball League stamp. So
Yes.
only 4 of these are being given out in each division. So 4 for the finalists, the champion, and the top 4.
Four, yep.
The 2 top 4 players
Yep.
on each division. So 12 per country.
12 on each. So in
so-
Malaysia, there will only be 12 pieces of this
Yeah.
card. In the world, there will only be 36 of
Exactly.
these. If you're doing a master set of Destined Rivals, I feel for you because
Yeah.
this belongs in that master set.
It's the Grandmaster set at this point.
Yes.
So, really excited to see. Really excited to see what the final
Yep.
would entail.
Uh-huh.
We are currently getting the results in.
Yep, we're
not
getting
too
results in.
sure. But
Yep.
again, commiserations to the stream match. I think both players played their hearts out.
Commiserations to
Yeah.
Edmund. He made it this far.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Wibin. We will see him in the final. So we're going to take a very quick break. We will come back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be crowning a Premier Ball League champion here in Pavilion Bukit Jalil.
Yes.
Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon,
Welcome back for one final time today to Malaysia Premier Ball League 2025-2026. Ong Yarong, Aaron Minjut. We're at the grand finals here in Pavilion Bukit Jalil. Wow, what a day.
Yeah, and we do have this format's El Clasico coming up.
Oh,
Just want to say.
out of all the decks.
Yes, El Clasico.
We've had Marnie's Grimmsnarl, we had
Raging
Joltik
Bolt.
Goldengo, Raging Bolt,
So many different... Like,
Charizard
Ho
Dragapult,
Amarouge.
Ho Amarouge,
Team
Tinjas
Rocket's Mewtwo.
Garchomp, Rocket's Mewtwo.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We're gonna have Gardevoir versus Dragapult Dusknoir. So,
Yeah, I just want to introduce the players. As you can see from last round,
yep. We saw
Wenbin
Yes.
taking over the Dragapult Mirror.
yeah, and we've seen Wenbin in 2 subsequent matches
Yeah.
already. It just so happens his deck is his
And
match has been
Maybe
chosen.
let's go through what these players went through in their top 8 games.
Yes.
So Wenbin went through Jason Wee piloting a Golden Goal. We did see
Yes.
how that panned out. And he went through the Dragapult Mirror. Gampi Weijun, better known as Brandon in the community.
Okay, yeah.
He went through, I think,
Joltik Box. if I'm thinking.
Joltik Box
Yep.
in the top 8. And then going through a Raging Bolt in the top 4.
Yeah.
So it's just, I think if I'm not wrong, I heard that Brandon did Oceanic Gloom, Pheasant Dippity till it knocked out. So that is for like 10 turns.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 turns of Oceanic Gloom. So it is really interesting on how they all got into the finals. And
Okay.
now we have the format's El Clasico.
Alrighty.
A lot of finals, a repeat of Worlds finals, a repeat
Yes.
of Frankfurt Regionals finals.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And now here in Malaysia as well. So
Yeah, versus Gardevoir. Who do you have your bets on?
I mean, it's tough to say anything but Gardevoir, but first and foremost, we get a very quick view on the prize cards. On the left, Gardevoir there with Pheasant Dippity at the top. On the
And
right,
Gardevoir.
the Latias EX. I mean, it's interesting, I should
Yeah.
say. Double Iono though for the
could be
Dragapult.
pretty hurtful.
Yes, I think so, yes.
But coming into this matchup, we all know Wenbin's list, right? He
Yes.
plays the standard 2 Hilda, double Rare Candy, but Brandon's list is slightly more spicy.
Okay.
He just plays that one-off Freelish to combat that Ichipolen.
All right.
And also the Flutter Mane.
That is interesting.
So we could see maybe if Latias gets benched, we could maybe see a Flutter Mane stall. I mean, like
Indeed.
stall on the Latias, right? And doing 90 and spreading then 10 damage counters everywhere. I mean, 2 damage counters everywhere. So yeah, I can't wait to see how this pans out. It could go either way.
It can go either way. I mean, I know who you're rooting for. You're rooting for Gardevoir, I should say. But I'm gonna put my head in the dragon side. However,
And unfortunately, Wenbin
it's starting with the Ursaluna. So and the Latias is priced.
Yes.
So on Brandon's side of the field, I'm gonna call him Brandon. It's what he's known in the community. So for Brandon here, he is going off right out the bat with double
Earthen
routes
Vessel.
and an Earthen Vessel, discarding a counter catcher. For him, I think the interesting thing would be how would he navigate this game to ensure that he locks up, all his prize cards easily. Of course, the Lee's Club Fairy will be clutch when Dragapult does hit the board.
Yeah.
Wenbin might not want to commit Dragapults because of that. We've
Exactly.
seen top players, be really careful with how and when they bring out their Dragapults.
Yep.
It's likely that for Wenbin here, he's going to try and get this Ursaluna out of the active as soon as possible. But with the Latias in the prize cards, that is going to be extra difficult. So
I
for
think-
Brendan, it's just an attachment right now.
Yeah,
and
I'm not sure if Wenbin even wants to, like, if he gets, I'm not sure if he gets to retreat this Blood Ursaluna.
no, he's probably going to be banking on
retreat.
Turos. I believe it's 4.
course.
I believe it's 4.
4.
I think it's 4, yes. I have not played my fair share of Luna to remember, but it should be 4. It's 3, my bad. It's 3. It's
Yeah,
5
it's
for attack, but it's 3. But for Wenbin here, he does play the 2-row, if I recall, and that's what's going to be looking for to get this Ursaluna out of the active. But right off the bat, a buddy Poffin on turn 1 for Wenbin. You could not ask for a better start, and he's going to be realizing that the Latias is prized.
Yeah.
And for those who are here in the venue, you'd see a wide grin on Wenbin's face because he realizes his one way of retreating this bulky basic is in the prize cards.
Yeah, and just want to update you. The player who played the Professor's Tour last game was actually Admin.
Oh no. So Wenbin doesn't have it?
Wenbin doesn't have it out.
Oh
So
no.
he has to rely on potentially attaching 3 energies for 3 turns.
Oh,
and retreating,
no.
Which is not ideal at all.
No, it's not. And I think
Brandon
it's
can just go for Screamtail every turn.
every turn. So you don't even need a miraculous play or
Yeah,
something to lock something
exactly.
active. You're already pre-locked in. So,
Yeah.
oh
really,
boy.
really unfortunate start
well,
coming from Wenbin, but
we have to see. I do hope that
Yeah.
Wenbin has a way to find prize cards. So I think that's the reason why the Duskull is here now.
Yeah.
You'd normally go for double 3P, I should
Exactly.
say, but a Duskull here is telepathing, probably trying to take some prize cards,
Yeah.
hoping he grabs the Latias.
Exactly.
Double Duskull on the bench right away.
Yeah.
Energy attachment. Yes, no. Does he want to go to the Blood Moon? I don't think that's the play. So no. Does Wenbin run any other out?
no.
To get the Ursula out active? No.
No.
Oh no.
He has
That's not
to
good.
manually attach.
Oh no.
Yes.
I think if you're Brendan here, if you sniff this out, it is going to be an amazing day for this Gardevoir deck.
Yeah.
Artazon being played now on Brendan's turn. He also got the Curlia in the active already. So for Brandon, what do you go for here? He's going for the Frillish! He's going to make it even more difficult for Wenbin to have to
Yeah.
play. Frillisher, not a card you see, but for 1 Psychic Energy will do 20 damage and prevent a player from playing items. It's Badu
Yeah.
with 80 hit points.
And 3 retreat costs.
Oh, that too.
Yeah, which adds up. Which makes perfect sense for Monkey Dory, Adrena Brain damage.
Oh,
so,
boy.
yeah, I think this Frillish is pretty devastating
Oh,
to
no.
Wenbin. You know, on top of not having his Latias,
Oh no.
he's not able to use any of his items. So, Rare Candy out of the window. So he
Oh,
has
no.
to manually evolve his Dusclopes. And you just see the Dustorm in his hand right now.
Okay.
And he just doesn't have a way to,
Okay.
to go into it because of Oceanic Gloom.
There you go. That
Yeah.
Frillish on your screen right now. During opponent's next turn, they can play any item cards from their hand for 20 damage. And yes, the Frillish does have quite a bit of a hefty retreat cost, and Wenbin has to pick it up because you know
Yeah.
what? We don't usually see this card.
Exactly.
So for Wenbin now, no item cards. A majority of his hand being item cards is not great.
But he'll go to Hilda.
Oh, the Hilda is interesting. So he will get access to either a Dracloak, or if he wants to go into the
Dusclops.
Dusclops, that might also be an opportunity for it there. We shall see what he goes for. Also, getting energy is quite key here for Wenbin, considering that we know he played very little basic energy in the first place.
Exactly.
Or any energy, I should say. There's only 6 in the deck list.
6.
So, oh, hang on a second. Was that a Buddy by Puffin?
No, it was an Artisan.
It's Artisan, okay. So
Yeah.
Artisan, we do see the Hilda as well in the hand. You might play that.
Yeah, I think
There
you
you
go
go.
Hilda for a Draclope and then an energy. It's really up to you whether you want to attach to this Ursaluna or not, because Curse Blasting twice would enable the Ursaluna with 3 energies attachment.
That is interesting.
So,
yes.
it could be a play, but you know, you only have 6 energies to work with.
I mean, if you're a Wenbin right now, if you don't have access to Latias, it's either you draw into the Latias from your prize cards, or you just go ham with this Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Exactly.
There's no other option, I should say. Energy,
Yeah.
energy, that's great. You'll
So
get energy.
I think you would prefer to attach a basic energy onto Ursaluna in
Makes
case
sense.
you want to retreat it, right? But
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Jamming Tower is interesting. So no TM Evo plays if Brendan
Yeah.
even plays that. But more importantly, no Artisan
Yep.
for Brendan. So Wenbin just goes for attachment on the
there's a
Dreepy. So
pass.
Probably saying, hey, you know what? You can only keep this up for 13 more turns.
Yeah,
So
and we do see a secret box coming out from
oh boy.
Brandon.
Discarding the Fluttermane though, unfortunately,
Yeah.
we'll not get to see that.
Because he didn't see the Latias.
Yeah, so
But
no Latias.
there are ways to bring it back, right? He plays 2 Night Stretchers, he plays 1 Super Rod, so there
Right.
is quite a bit of recovery available for Brandon.
Indeed.
But I believe he wants to go maybe into
It's probably
research.
yeah, it's probably
A
going to get
research at this
Gardevoir
point.
online as well.
Yeah.
It's important to have Gardevoir there
Yeah.
for when you want to finally retreat this Frillish to go into an attacker or just into powering attackers in the first place.
Yeah.
Interesting for Brendan here. For those of you who are wondering, no, he does not run the Jellison EX. It's just the Frillish.
It's just a Frillish.
Yes, indeed.
I think most people opt to not include the whole package at all.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, Brandon has decided to include the one-off Frillish, and it has taken him so far into the Pokémon
It
Ball
has.
League.
It definitely has. So
Yeah, I think it's just a really interesting observation to have. You know, there are quite a bit of ways to play Gardevoir. And you have Jellison coming up, you have the one-off Frillish, you
Yes.
have Gardevoir Spread, and you got Turbo Gardevoir.
indeed.
So it's just interesting to see Brendan cooking up a different version of Gardevoir and bring it to the Premier Ball League. So I do think it's a Professor Research turn, hoping to draw into the Gardevoir.
Yes, I think it's. I don't see any other way out for
Yeah.
Woodbin here. I'm trying to think if there's a play or there's something in his list that could help him out. Unfortunately, Latias is in the
Yeah.
price card, so no aggression from Woodbin. I would think in this scenario, you would love to potentially wreck the Gardevoir's board if you can get up a very quick reggable EX with those rare candies.
Yeah.
But no, it doesn't seem like it. For Brendan here, he's probably going to use the time to set up. Gardevoir EX is now into the hand from the Ultra Ball.
I'm not sure about
Let's go.
getting rid of the
Well,
Bravery Charm.
I mean, I think he's going to be quite far ahead, right? so
Yeah,
the Bravery
that's
Charm
true.
here is not as clutch as in other matchups, I would say. You could just buy your time here with the Frillish in the active. With Gardevoir EX, of course, here is down. And here comes a retreat, it looks like.
Yeah, building
So-
more damage for Monkey Dory.
Yes.
So, but I don't think he's going to retreat. I think he's just going to Monkey Dory.
Okay, so potentially just getting some damage onto the
Yeah.
field. Maybe
Moving
going after
30
those
to-
Dust
yes,
Skulls. Yes,
exactly.
So saying, hey, you know what? If you didn't evolve this Dust Skull, I'm going to take it out next turn anyway. So Woodbin now, what can you do? You don't have access to items. You do have access to... a Dracopult, thanks to
Yeah.
this Recon Directive. But
You wouldn't want to see that right now.
no.
So,
Because there is still a threat of Lily's Clefairy, right?
Yes.
There's always a threat of Lily's Clefairy,
Lily's Clefairy
for Brendan.
plus Mew EX.
And plus Mew EX, exactly. Or even just Lily's Clefairy on his own, considering both benches are so full
Yeah.
now. Woodbin does commit another energy onto the Dracloak. We don't see anything right now, but... And here's the thing, maybe it would have been a good idea to just, Hilda for... Wait, was that Hilda played last turn or no? I'm
do see
curious.
a boss
this is
coming
interesting.
out,
So I don't
so-
think Brendan has enough anymore.
Yeah, he has one Psychic.
One Psychic in the discard. Does he have
We
one
don't
more in
see
hand?
Anything in hand? Would you see
Oh,
Earthen
Earthen Vessel. That's great though. So Earthen Vessel coming out here from Brendan will get him. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Will get an opportunity
I think
to
you discard
get energies into play.
the Professor's Research, but
No, when with the boss, like why would you
Yeah.
want to boss anything up? You want the
that's
Ursula
true,
in
that's
the
true.
active.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Wimbin's like, hey, you know what? I wouldn't mind you play boss this turn. Or next turn. Any turn would be good. I have a big bear in the active. So
It is pretty rough. But it is best of one.
it is a
Things
best of
like
one.
this does happen to the best of us.
We get donks. We get
Yeah.
all sorts of interesting situations. But this one here is, of course, one of the weirdest. Starting with your heaviest retreat Pokemon in the active and not having your free retreat ability Pokemon in your hand.
And
or
we do see
anywhere.
just Brandon going for the research.
Research, discarding the Liz Clefairy.
Yeah.
How many Night Stretchers does Brendan play?
Two.
Two. So a lot of access to it. I mean,
Yeah.
essentially access to it no matter what. One is already in hand there, as you can see. So for Brandon here, you could just...
Screamtail. I think Screamtail this turn would be really strong.
I mean, you could just go for item lock in this situation.
Yeah.
Why buy
yeah,
any...
you could also do that.
But you can just keep buying time,
Yeah,
right?
just keep buying time.
Retreating, getting more damage onto the field.
And then moving
Moving them with
30.
Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
So already 2 Monkey Dories set up. Here comes Adrena Brain, moving the damage onto the Duskull. I would love him to save one of those damage counters. He didn't have to use all 3, but it's alright. It's a...
He did all 3.
He did all 3?
Yeah.
Well, the Duskull... Oh yeah, there you go. Correct.
Yeah,
You're right.
60
you're right.
HP.
Yeah, 60 HP.
Yeah.
I keep thinking it's 50 for some reason. Anyhow, so here comes Foolish again. But first,
Move to 10.
let's getting damage onto the Duskull.
And
And
research
oh,
top deck.
so much resources to get rid of, though.
Yeah.
But again, what does Wenbin draw in the situation anyway? There's nothing in his deck that can help him.
There's nothing that can help him. So it is pretty rough. Very, very rough.
Well, if Wenbin had gone with all 3 attachments onto the Ursuluna earlier,
Exactly.
he would have a chance right now to actually take, to actually have an attack.
Yes.
So not going that route seems to be a bit of a, I don't know. I don't want to say mistake because you don't really have a lot of options, but
Yeah.
it is likely a mistake, right? But
Yeah.
no items is going to be rough anyhow.
I think a very, very interesting interaction that you can have with Gardevoir. Potentially, if Wenbin went for that play, he could Curse Blast onto Gardevoir, and he could counter capture the Gardevoir up and go for a Blood Moon Ursuluna, leaving him at
Exactly.
290 HP. I mean, like, doing 290 total damage to
Yes.
Gardevoir so that Gardevoir cannot Psychic Embrace.
That is true. He could have gone
And could
that
have
route.
stalled that.
Yes.
So that is one of the ways you can win the Dragon Ball Dust.
Well, you wouldn't be able to use counter catcher. You had to use boss because
Yes,
it would have
item
been
lock,
item
yes.
lock. So,
But-
well, that's a moot
Yeah.
point now. We have all 3 energies in play on Dracloaks that will not be able to attack anytime
exactly.
soon. Wenbin here just going through the motions with something I don't know, but he's just gonna pass. And
Yeah.
you know, if I was Brendan, I would just say, hey, you know what? I'm probably gonna be winning this. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
So, oh boy. What a rough game here if you're Wenbin. You
I don't
want to be
know.
aggressive,
I think-
but you can't with a bear in
Yeah.
front and your Latias in the prize cards.
I think Brendan could still go for a Screamtail play this turn. But I don't think that's a point, right?
There is no need to
Yeah.
go for any plays other than just saying, what's the word again? Oceanic glow? Gloom. Oh,
Gloom.
oh
Not sure.
boy.
It is a pretty devastating card.
It feels like doom and gloom anyway
Yeah,
for
it is
Wenbin.
gloom. It is
It's
gloom.
There you go.
It is meant to make the opponent gloomy. So
Okay.
yeah.
So
Dude,
there
see,
you go.
4 turns. 4 turns.
Four
So he
turns now.
perhaps could do 13 turns of Oceanic Gloom. So yeah, and
Okay. Iono here from Wenbin. Interesting to play that now, but I don't think you have any other option anyhow.
yep.
What else is in Wenbin's deck? Or what do you think he could draw here that could help him out?
Honestly, I don't think anything would help him out.
Okay.
As brutal as it sounds, I think not pre-attaching to the energy to the Ursaluna is coming back to bite him.
Yes.
Because, you know, as I mentioned, that play just now could have happened. And yeah, I think it really takes a lot of experience to play a particularly very tough matchup. And with Brendan's build, I think it's even harder. You know, him having the Freelish on board, while being able to charge 3 energies to Freelish, you know, because you want to retreat it, right?
Of course.
And having double Monkey Dory pings.
Yes.
Which is really, really strong.
You get rid of any threats like the Duskull and the Dusclops.
Exactly.
You'd still keep your Freelish relatively healthy in case you have an attacker that can actually do some damage. In this case, no, obviously. And you could just you're literally playing solitaire with yourself as a Gardevoir deck. Let's see
And you
now.
can see just, Brandon taking his time, having fun.
Well, you just hope he doesn't deck out.
Yeah.
Both these players should be wary about that, but
Yeah.
I think they have more. I mean, Brendan has more than enough time.
Yeah, but
to,
there's only like
to get
8
things
minutes left. Almost about 8.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yes.
Do you see Wenbin getting out of this anytime soon?
No, it does not look like it. He could potentially just evolve the Duskull into a Dusclops and maybe force some response.
Yeah.
But with Brendan here going through the motions of knocking that Duskull out, I think that's it. There is
Yeah.
nothing that he could be doing right now. That poor Latias in the prize cards. Even if it was at the bottom 2 cards,
It was tough. It was
it
tough.
was still going to be tough for women to do anything.
And now you see another Oceanic crew.
And now you draw the Dusclops and
yeah.
women just setting it back underneath the deck, unfortunately. Oh, it's death by 1,000 jellyfish stings
Yeah.
from Brendan.
Fish. Just
It's a jellyfish, right?
Yeah,
I
it is.
think
It
so.
is.
I hope so.
It was in the jelly, son.
Okay,
So-
moving on.
I would assume it's
Already.
a jellyfish. But yeah, Filish antagonizing the entire finals.
Yep. So if you thought Budew was bad, have you had Frillish
Wow.
opposite you? For Winbin, I don't know what else you could do.
Yeah,
So
I honestly don't know what else you could do. That's 2 prizes to none taken on Wenbin's side.
yeah, and I think for Brendan here, he could just he could even go for the attack here on either one of those Dracloaks and still be in a good position because you could easily go into a Screamtail onto the Dracloak on the bench with 2 energies.
Yeah.
Be responded with a KO and still have enough in the tank to clear the board. But there's a Mew here as well.
Wow, and the research coming from Brendan.
Yeah, so playing out everything. Just don't deck out there,
Just
Brendan.
don't deck it.
Yeah.
But I feel like he has his price mapping on board.
Yes.
So it's just a matter if Brendan just sees it. Yeah, I think he should get out of Frillish right now. I think maybe benching Mew was a mistake.
I mean,
because I think you want to go into what is
Anything.
it called? Yeah, anything. You want to go into Screamtail ideally. You don't want to knock out this Barcelona.
Well, he is going to go for it anyway. So here comes the Miracle Force for 190. Brendan now down to 2 prize cards. Wenbin here has nothing on the board. Potentially just saying, hey, you know what? Even if you find a knockout somewhere on my field,
I have a Lily's Clefairy.
I'm going to go
yes.
Lily's Clefairy.
Correct.
For Wenbin there, I also think double Iono was prized, so he has access to maybe 2 more.
No more Iono, I think.
No more Iono, right?
I don't think he has any more Ionos.
2 played already, 2 in the
Yeah.
prize cards. And that's
So-
it. So no more hand disruption. And even if you had it, there is still that Mew. So for Wenbin, what do you do here?
I think your best bet is just to Dragapult and
Hope for the best.
hope for the best. I'm not sure if you want to damage the bench Gardevoir. I don't think you should take any prizes this turn.
You can't.
You cannot.
You cannot take any prize cards anyway, but
And just evolve double Dragapult.
double Dragapult EX and spreading all those damage around.
Exactly. But
Maybe 1 each.
he has
10
2
each.
monkeys.
Yeah.
So
you could
essentially,
still-
you gotta really spread.
Okay, taking a prize card though.
Yeah. I don't think.
Wenbin, not sure if this is the play here,
Don't think
but
that's a play here.
he's gonna try.
Yeah. But
Well, how
yes,
many Nest Search has been played? 1 has been used. I
think-
believe you're discarded. 1 more is unaccounted for. Oh, he has the Iono. So here it
Yeah.
is. We miscounted.
But Brendan has super ordered back the Lily's Clefairy.
Oh no.
So
It's in the deck now though.
There is
so
a chance of drawing into it, and you do see. I think Ultra Ball. I
that's
think.
Ultra Ball Iono. So I think that's
Yeah.
game.
So you gotta
so
see.
there is likely nothing less.
Very
nothing
very
else left.
one-sided. Unfortunately for the Premier Ball League finals.
But props to Wenbin for playing it out.
Right,
Like,
right.
not
He's
even
just like-
saying, not saying
Yeah.
anything other than, you know what, I'm just going to
Yeah.
keep playing. Brendan, of course, being gracious and not
Exactly.
doing any of the shenanigans that doesn't
Yeah.
need to be done. He's playing it out.
I think resilience is really coming through and shining through right now for Wenbin. You know, just playing it out.
Yep.
Knowing it's the finals, putting out a show for all of us to watch at home and even here behind the caster's desk. But we do see a Phantom Dive
Phantom
going
dive,
out.
60
and
damage onto Safe Relish, please. Get rid of that thing.
Potentially just 20.
No, I think it's going to be
on
20,
each, yeah,
10,
on
10,
each,
20,
yeah.
I think.
So
Spraying damage out.
really depends.
Oh, 20, 20, 20. Okay.
If we see, is it an Ultra Ball?
No, I think Brendan is likely going to be
Yeah.
playing it out. Oh, he actually got the Latias off the first try.
Oh
so,
no.
But that's it. I don't think there's
Yeah.
anything else here.
we do
there
see-
it is, game. Lily's Clefairy was
Lily's
played.
Clefairy.
Ultra Ball into Lily's
Yeah.
Clefairy. Brandon or Gan P Wenjun will be your Premier Ball League 2025 champion here in Malaysia. Commiserations to Xia Wenbin. You still get to go to Worlds. You are
Yeah.
invited to Worlds in 2026. And essentially, it's bragging rights to be a
Yeah.
Premier Ball
League
League champion
champion
here for Brandon.
Yes.
What an amazing day. What a deck to be playing.
Yeah.
What a card to be playing. Frillish.
Yeah, I called it.
You
Just
called
the
it.
archetype.
You called it.
But, you know,
Yeah, you called it.
again, Brendan Wenbin played really, really well. Props to them.
Yes.
For putting out a good show. I think
Indeed.
Brendan was playing very patiently.
Sure. Yep.
You know, just glooming for 5 turns and taking out the Duskulls, which were the main threats, you know, on the board right now
Yep.
at that point. So
Yep.
I think well played on his part.
Yes.
There's not much that Wenbin could have done.
No, not with your Latias is in the
Yeah,
prize
not
cards.
with my, so
And even if you had gone for those 3 energy attachments onto the Bloom Rose Luna, potentially it was
Yeah.
too far gone now
too
at
far
that point.
gone.
Yeah, so
because you're giving 4 prizes or 3 prizes.
You
yeah,
are.
3 turns to Brendan to play out his outs.
well, a lot of what ifs, a lot of what could have.
Yeah.
Eventually, we now have a Premier Ball League champion. Congratulations, Brandon Gan P region. It is an amazing time here
Yeah.
at the Premier Ball League. I am excited for the rest of the season. Obviously, this will be the last major event here in the Scarlet and Violet block format that we've had.
Yes.
Mega Evolutions is around the corner. If you have not noticed, look around the screen. They're all over.
All the Mega
All the
Evolutions
Mega
are
Evolutions.
there.
They will be the next sets coming out.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mega Evolutions will release very soon. If you already played the Build and Battle event, you've already had a taste of the cards. But it is a very, very happy goodbye from me, Aaron Minjut, and with Ong Yarong
Yarong.
here from Pavilion Bukit Jalil. Yarong, it's been a pleasure. Thank you
Same
very much
here.
for today.
You too. Same here. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed casting alongside with you for the top 120. I think the matchup spread was so interesting to see.
Yep.
You know, we had Crostal Mega EX.
Yes.
We had Ho Amarosh. We have Team Rocket's Mizu, decks that you won't see
Yep.
or won't expect to see on the top 128 cut. But you know, being such a big cut, there is some decks that would go through.
A lot of variety. A lot of
yes,
variety
A lot
here.
of variety.
Yes.
I love it. And Magnus Grimstone doing and performing so well. And it's only a deck that will get stronger with the release of Lily's Determination.
Well,
And most
yeah.
of the decks that relies on Professor's research would just do so well in the coming set. So I can't wait to see what entails the entire Mega Evolution format.
The format. Yeah, definitely.
So really, really excited.
Yep, and so we are going to say goodbye here for now from the Premier Ball League. We'll be
Yes.
back, of course, during Master Ball League later in the season, so don't go anywhere. If you're tuning into this from home, thank you so much
Thank you so
for
much.
staying with us. It has been a great time here in Pavilion Bukit Jalil.
Yes. It's really
Final sign
absolute
off.
pleasure as well.
Final sign off from us. Have a
Yes.
good one.
Goodbye.